and welcome to the Placerville City Council meeting for Tuesday, or excuse me, Wednesday. Yeah, I was looking at my thing here. Wednesday, September 16th. We have, and we will be back again next Tuesday, so we'll be pretty quick. So will everybody please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, good evening, Placerville. We'll go ahead and get started here and have roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa.
Here.
Vice Mayor Thomas.
Here.
Councilmember Acuna.
Here.
Councilmember Borelli.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Here.
Great. Thank you. Quorum is established, so we'll go ahead and move on to item 3, announcements and presentations to the public, and item 3.1, which is a COVID-19 update from Dr. Williams. So I want to, again, thank Dr. Williams for being with us here tonight, virtually.
Hi, I apologize. I'm realizing both of my phones are in low battery mode, so I'm going to turn off my video and just do audio here so I can remain plugged in. And
that works.
Okay. So anyway, thank you, and let me know if you can't hear me. I think I don't have the best Wi-Fi signal at my desk, but usually does adequately anyway. So I think it's been a little while since I've presented to you, and we've made another batch of changes at the state level with regard to where we stand in the allowances on the guidelines. And as I'm sure you're all aware, the switch was to go from the old county data monitoring system to a new tiered based system. And I'm sure Cleve has passed on the information about our being in the red tier to start, and we had to remain in the red tier for a minimum of 3 weeks, after which we will be in a position where we may be able to move to a less restrictive tier. The 4 tiers that are there are the tier 1 is purple, which is basically equivalent to the former county data monitoring list tier, which we as a county were never in, which is good. So we never had that high level of restriction. So red is essentially the tier below that, which is tier 2, and it's where we were assigned. Our numbers were on the verge of qualifying for orange in the beginning, but because of our starting point, we had to stay at the red tier for 3 weeks. And so I actually think that was fairly smart, because one of the things that has been allowed is in-person dining at a 25% rate, and that's a significant change from where we started before, where nobody in the state was allowed to do in-person dining for a while. And so 25% is a good starting point to make sure that we didn't overexpose people in that setting. So the 3rd tier is the orange tier, and as I mentioned, our numbers are in line with being able to move to the orange tier as soon as next Tuesday. And so we'll, unless we have an an uptick based on, say, the Labor Day weekend or other things that people have gathered for during the last couple of weeks, then there's a good chance that we will remain on track to move to the orange tier, which has a few changes to it. The probably most notable one is the shift from allowing 25% in restaurant dining to allowing 50% in restaurant dining. When I explain the in-person dining and I focus on that, I'm doing that because I think dining is probably one of the most common activities that we're doing that put us in proximity to other people outside our own household members. People are still, of course, going to restaurants with people who are not in their households. So both of those things put them at risk of potentially transmitting COVID. And the fact that you cannot wear a face covering while you're eating or drinking increases the risk. And so I am always explaining to people that it's really important, if they want to minimize their risk, that they should be wearing face coverings even when they're in restaurants, if they are not actively eating or drinking. Talking through a face covering is not a very unreasonable thing to do. It's people generally hear and understand just fine. And it actually increases the safety of everybody in the restaurant pretty significantly, in my opinion. So I would still recommend people use the outdoor dining options as much as possible, as well as take out, just because it's more likely to keep our rates in the county down. And keeping the rates in the county down don't only allow for our businesses to stay open at the highest levels possible, it also will keep our schools in session and obviously reduce the chance of people becoming severely ill or dying from COVID. So just speaking of the case rates just for a second here, our case rates have been coming down, which is how we ended up moving sort of toward this orange tier from the red tier. And that's been true across the county, including the Lake Tahoe area, which was where we had the highest rates traditionally and the most number of cases per capita to date. But their rates have come down significantly. So things are looking good pretty much across the state. One thing that is relatively notable of the recent weeks data is that we've actually had 2 more deaths reported. We had only had 2 deaths through last week the whole time. And so there were two new deaths reported in this last several days. And so that's typically something that occurs after a lengthy illness. So it doesn't mean that there was just an uptick in severe illness or anything like that. It's just basically an outcome of the fact that our rates were pretty high still a month ago. I'm not sure exactly when these people first developed their illnesses, but it was back in the time when there were more rates or more cases of illness. So I definitely want to continue to emphasize to people that it is a severe illness. It is killing some people. All the cases we have that we are attributing to COVID, where people died, there's no doubt in our minds that these were COVID-related deaths and not something that somebody was going to die from anyway. So these, 4 people, 4 individuals, 4 families have suffered a tragedy from this. I'll let you decide whether you would like. I'll offer, if you want, I can share my screen briefly and we can look at, I can show you where to find the new industry guidance and the tiers information, or I could just give a quick description verbally if there's a preference.
Yeah, go ahead, and if you can share your screen, that'd be great.
Okay, let me do that. Okay, there. I can't tell what we're seeing. Are you seeing it?
Yeah, we got the covid.ca.gov site up.
Okay, that's not showing up on my Zoom screen for some reason, but there we are. Okay, so this is the same basic website that the state's put up. This is the governor's office site, not the California Department of Public Health, but this is how you get to the new information about tiers. So there's all the statewide tracking numbers here, and if you go down here, let's see, you can go down to this what's open in my county. And so this is a page that has all of the basic information on it. So before you plug in the county information, you can read through here and it'll tell you basically what these different tiers mean. So this is tier 1, the highest one, and this is based on, these are essentially the same metrics that we were using before. They changed the new case rate to looking at an average over 7 days. We used to look at that total count over 14 days. And it's essentially the same metric. It's just being looked at a little bit differently. And then the testing positivity, we used to look at whether it's over 8% or not. And these are the two things that would have put us in the monitoring list before. So we have never exceeded these numbers. We started off here, but we were actually very low. We were close to 4 already at the time. So we were very close to moving down to the orange, and our testing positivity was already in the orange level when we started this. So because our starting point was over 4, just barely on the week that they looked at, we started in the red tier. There was a requirement to be here for the 3 weeks. We are getting close to moving down to moderate, which is the orange or tier 3, hopefully next week. And minimal is the lowest we can get. Someday we will have some control over this illness and we will be in a green situation, which is there's no more COVID risk or threat, or at least we're hoping that we'll get there. And so that's what we're striving for, but they didn't put that on here because that system or that scenario doesn't exist yet. So this is a map of showing all the different counties. So you can see we're here. If you hover over our county, you can get information about our latest rates. So that's showing that we're in the red category is called substantial, and that's our assigned category. The numbers that are there are the testing positivity is 1.8%, which is low. The new cases per day, 2.1, that's also very low. So you could go back up and look. I'm not going to scroll back up, but you could go back up and see that those are actually pretty good numbers right now that are lower than the red tier. So we're hanging out lower than the red tier, and next week we're eligible to move to orange. But you can see that there's still a lot of purple tiers, which are the former monitoring list counties. If you in orange, where we're headed, I think, and a number in red, and there are only 2 counties in the yellow, which is the minimal tier right now, and they're 2 very low population counties in rural Alpine and Modoc. So there's a few questions and answers. I won't go through these, but just some basic questions about how to find out what happened, why things changed, what changed. There's some links to schools here, and then what I can do to help my county reach a lower tier. So that's kind of our basic public health message. So to look specifically, we can go in here and start typing El Dorado, and I just pick it off the list here, and that'll change everything. You can, in theory, you can enter an activity in there, but it's all down here anyway. So this shows that what tier we're in, and then it brings up all of this. But this is a specific red tier instruction here. So this says, applying, you can actually see exactly where we are right now for all these different things. And so for instance, clothing and shoe stores can open with modifications. And these are things that are the retail guidelines, I don't believe have changed. So these are the same industry guidelines that were already there, but now you can go directly to them through these links. And you see that you applying a maximum 50% capacity to that guidance. And you can see we're only down the C's. There's lots and lots of these guidelines in here. So when our tier changes to orange, this will change to orange, and all the things that have different instructions on them, different guidelines on them, will change to whatever goes along with orange. So that's my brief overview of this. And there are other things you can explore. If we go back to the other page, there's a table. They have a table that shows basically all the different general categories of what differs between the 4 different colored tiers. So you can kind of get an idea where we're heading. So I will unshare my screen and mention a couple other things that are happening. So the tiers thing is a kind of a big deal. One of the things the state's working on that's I think a little bit different from other states is to try to incorporate some health equity issue or health equity considerations. The idea is for this not to be another layer of potentially punitive a punitive metric if we don't meet goals, but the idea is that there are more disadvantaged and less disadvantaged regions within every county, and the state's wanting us to be able to focus on making sure that we are giving proper attention to the whole range, and that we're not overlooking some particularly vulnerable groups with respect to their COVID rates, and making sure that they're getting enough testing and that they're getting enough contact tracing and things like that. So they're going to be looking at a metric. We've seen a preview of it, and they're looking at the what's called the California Healthy Places Index. And you can Google that and find their website, but it has divisions by census tract, and it's looking at, it ranks every census tract on a scale from 0 to 100 based on where it falls in an equity standpoint. It's pretty much socioeconomic indicators. So as you can imagine, the high end are the census tracts down in the El Dorado Hills area, and then the lowest end, and if you, this is a statewide range, and this, so it goes from 0 to 100. We do have this, some of the El Dorado Hill ones are up in the pretty high 90s. And our lowest ones for the whole county are all above 30. So we're not nearly as, we don't have the really impoverished and very, very disadvantaged communities like other counties, particularly, I think some of the probably Central Valley counties and more urban counties do. So by nature, we're going to be a little bit less susceptible to having discrepancies between those two ends of the spectrum. And in fact, right now they ran the calculations once, and at this point, the indicator, the way they're looking at the differential, our lower socioeconomic status census tracts are actually looking better than the other ones by a little bit. So we don't seem to have a disparity. So that's something that we'll continue to watch based on the metrics that the state's calculating. But I'm feeling like we're giving, as a public health department and as a county, we're giving sufficient attention to the communities that need it at this point. And if that changes, we'll try to get on it and correct it before it affects us at all within the eyes of the state health department. So I just wanted to mention that because I think it's going to be mentioned in one of Secretary Galley's or Governor Newsom's press conferences in the next few days or a week. And just let you know, I don't think that's one that's going to be of concern for us. Let's see. So another thing, the schools are getting ready, more of them to open in person, particularly. I think a lot of them are lined up for the week of September 28th. And so they've been working pretty actively with public health, the public health nurses and the school nurses getting together. And I've been working with the school superintendents as well to make sure they're comfortable with their plans and that they understand the new tiers and that didn't affect their plans. And I feel like things are moving forward pretty well. They've tested our decision points and scenarios that with the schools that have opened in person so far, and things have actually been going pretty well. There's been really no panic about sending entire schools home or anything like that unnecessarily. They've been calm and asking questions, and we're making good decisions, and we haven't seemed to have had any COVID issues so far. So knock on wood that continues. In the meantime, that we are working with EDCO to finish the contract with a company that's going to be providing the screening testing for the teachers and staff, which is something that the state wanted to make sure was in place for everybody who wanted it. So that'll be starting probably more or less in line with the starting of the bulk of the in-person schools on the week of the 28th. And I will mention, I think all the schools are so far have opened to a hybrid model where they have a couple days a week where kids with a cohort of kids comes to school, and then one day they all distance learn, and then the other couple days during the week, the other half of the student population comes in. I think most schools or all schools are probably also offering an entire distance learning option for parents that aren't comfortable sending their kids back. But I think many kids are back in school in the hybrid model. So the ones entering again later this week are I think all starting in a hybrid model as well. And as things continue to seem to be under control, assuming that stays that way, they will over time ramp up the percentage of kids who are in classrooms at a time and open to more age groups and that sort of thing. So they're kind of doing a slow and careful entry. And again, so far it's gone pretty well. And then we'll continue to work with them on figuring out some trigger points for when we might make some decisions about their being able to move farther out of the hybrid model and more into in-person learning. But I think we're probably going to be remaining hybrid for quite a while until COVID really looks pretty well settled. And the last thing I guess I'll mention is that the state's going to be working pretty actively with counties to put together a vaccination distribution plan. This will be, if you can remember back to the H1N1 days, similar to that, but way, way bigger scale. There will be, of course, more people interested we think more people will be interested in the vaccination, and it's we're going to have to do a lot of outreach to lots of communities, and there probably won't be all the vaccine available in the beginning, which means there's going to be a lot of effort having to be put together with prioritization. So the state they're already working on that, and as all the county leaders will have opportunities to give some input into the prioritization to make sure that it's done as fairly and as appropriately as possible, considering that we really want to vaccinate the most vulnerable people first. And that's all I had prepared for this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Williams. I'll go ahead and open up to my colleagues for any questions.
I have one question, and I'm going to preface this by saying this is probably not within your purview, but do you see the schools, if we started off in this red, and now we're potentially moving to orange. As we move into orange and maybe get stabilized there, do you see the schools changing their in-school learning? Because I know that, that is a huge challenge for both the kids and the parents in terms of, just living, trying to, and make a living.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'll mention also there was some confusion when at the beginning of the month CDPH put out California Department of Public Health put out a guideline related to cohorting and cohorting sizes and distancing in classrooms, and it's pretty stringent, and it wants a maximum of 14 students together and absolute 6-foot distancing, and that people saw that and they were very confused and thought, well, gosh, we've got all these plans together and we don't have that much space in the classroom and we can't just have 14 kids in there. That one actually was intended for the counties that are still in the purple, who aren't doing the in-person learning yet, at least without waivers. They're allowed to do waivers, but that only applies to elementary school students. So that is an extra cautionary guideline for those higher COVID incidents or COVID prevalent counties, and doesn't apply to us. So the guidelines that have been out there since they were issued, and I forgot when that was now, but beginning of July or something, have a lot of flexibility in them. So there's not hard and fast rules on any of these things that says, you must have 6-foot spacing, you must have cohorts of such and such a size. They've basically allowed the regionally or the school districts to make their own decisions about what they're comfortable doing with respect to protection against COVID. So I think the one must is the face coverings, but they recognize that to get schools back in session, there was no way that, especially say high schools, you can really do very well with 6-foot spacing, even though that's an ideal. There's just not enough room to put all the kids in a classroom that way. So I think the idea is that let's start it out kind of slowly and see, if we don't have a spike of cases where we seem to be transmitting stuff in these classrooms at the lower densities, then we can kind of inch them up over time. And I've had a couple of people asking me for criteria for how we would decide to do that, and I think the answer is we can't really decide until we see what's happening, I think. So there will be much more information on that. I mean, I would say a couple weeks after the 28th, when a lot more schools are back in session, and we'll know, did we go too fast or too many kids in school, or are we comfortable that the rates are down low and people are pretty compliant? That's really one of the things that we want. I heard from the superintendents of the districts that opened the earliest that parents were pretty much on board with wanting to keep things safe and wanting to keep their schools open, and that they were doing a pretty good job of having their kids come prepared, and I guess having them in the right frame of mind to understand that the rules are important and to try to protect one another. So if we can continue along those lines, I think we'll be most likely to be able to continue to increase the class sizes. But I would say it's probably going to happen somewhat gradually, and understanding, of course, that there are a lot of negatives about having distance learning and how much burden it puts on parents and that sort of thing. We don't want to do that any longer than we have to, but we can't get rid of it prematurely if it's going to be risky.
And based on my experience, there's also a fair bit of inequities when it comes to the distance learning in some of these kids too, so.
There is. I understand the school districts are trying pretty hard to make things more equitable, and I know they've set up some like regional. I'm not probably going to quote this right, but I've heard that they've, I can't remember if it was the Divide or somewhere else, but they've found some other facilities where they can have kids who aren't in the classroom go and get internet connections and that sort of thing, so that they have a more of a better experience anyway, so that they're overcoming some of those challenges that especially the rural kids have.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not perfect, but I know they're trying.
Any other questions? I have one, and again, I'll preface this as the vice mayor did, in the sense that you may not have the answer to this, but I'd love to get your sense of this, and that is, we had the one opening, and then we retracted, and then we're sort of in phase 2.0 or 3.0 at this point. I mean, has CDPH given any guidance in terms of, like, what's the long-term plan here? I mean, we've been sort of in a holding pattern for many months, and obviously I'm not suggesting that COVID is gone, but we know a vaccine is at best months away. I mean, what do we assume that just through the end of the year, things will pretty much look the same as they are today?
That's an excellent question, and I don't think we have an answer to that yet. I know that there's going to continue to be pressure on the state to get additional guidelines out to allow some things that aren't necessarily industry specific, like gatherings, which is a really big one. That's been on their radar for a while. As you probably could imagine, there are more opinions about what gatherings should be allowed and what shouldn't than there are, than there could possibly be, synthesized into one guideline. So they are really struggling with that, trying to make people happy without making a guideline that's too complicated. So, to create a gathering guideline that applies to LA County and, Modoc County is a challenge. And so and they also recognize that people are gathering, and the idea is to try to do, I guess we would call it harm reduction, just telling people still that the kind of the abstinence approach of gathering, that staying away from people entirely outside your household is obviously the least risky for getting COVID. And if you do want to go take some risk beyond that and get together with other people, here are some precautions that you should take. And there's just all kinds of different things that we know we can do, not just the personal protections of distancing and face coverings and sanitizing and that sort of stuff, but also, how frequently do you go? Where do you go? Is it indoors or outdoors? Is it are you seeing the same people all the time, or are you seeing different people all the time? So, I mean, there are all kinds of degrees of risk that it's really hard to explain all those things to people. But as individuals, those are the kind of the decisions that they could or should be making on a daily basis. So that's a real challenge for the state to try to come up with some guidelines that don't just get too confusing too fast. So they're trying to come up with some things. I think the direction they're leaning, just kind of a preview, is maybe to suggest a number of households that could get together. And I think the messaging beyond that is, don't make it different households every day, but just try to. Well, it's important for people to have some social life. So pick some people that you want to have as your social bubble right now, and do that for the time being, and that'll keep you more relatively safe than just being out and about. So it's going to be interesting. I think the gathering guidance will help maybe, but it'll at least maybe allow some freedom for people who are trying to follow the rules and do the right thing, who are basically still just kind of staying home. I'm also asking the state if they could prioritize doing some, I think, important group group gathering guidance for supervised groups like seniors or behavioral health clients or that sort of thing. These are not really within the medical realm where they would say it's okay already to gather, but they're also just not a free for all. And it wouldn't just be 3 households, but maybe, 8 or 10 or 15 people or something together. But if they're in a setting that's a controlled setting that can be done safely and it could serve a big benefit. So I don't know that that's coming out in this gathering guidance, but hopefully there will be some auxiliary things that cover those kinds of things. Maybe like an industry guidance or something. So lots more for them to do, to think about. I think these other guidances are going to continue to trickle out, which will allow a little bit more here and there as things become safer overall. But I don't expect the whole thing to be lifted anytime soon.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Yes.
I have, Dr. Williams, this is Patty. I'm just wondering, besides the gathering, the big concern for everyone is the economic setback that's happened and how many small businesses in particular are going out of business. Is the county tracking and keeping track of that, or no?
I don't know the answer to that. I think when in the beginning of the pandemic, the county put together some different teams, and I think there was an economic development team, but that may involve, our CIO's office and probably the city and both cities and the planning department, but public health was not involved in that group. So I don't know the outcome of how that was tracked.
I just think that a lot of, especially you see it on TV, a lot of the business owners they're just so desperate that they're breaking the law, so to speak, and because they're just desperate, it's their whole livelihoods, a lot of them they have, tied up in their businesses, and they just don't know anything else to do. So it's a real sad situation.
It is. As long as the pandemic's with us, I think we're going to face that even if everything were opened up. If you look at what happened in Sweden, where they decided they were going to go the herd immunity route, and their citizens decided, a lot of their citizens decided they didn't want to take risks, and so the businesses actually weren't patronized even though they were open. So we could run into something like that as well. We're in a different position now because that was early in the pandemic and people hadn't suffered that stay at home or quarantine fatigue at that point where we have now. But I think there certainly will be a segment of the population that is still probably not going to travel, not going to go to places for entertainment or whatever else that where they feel they might be at risk. So I think opening entirely isn't going to solve everything, but it will help eventually. But we still want to do it safely.
Cleve wanted to say something.
Yeah, just Councilor Brunny and Council, I just want to mention, I believe the business working group has been attempting to cancel that, or to monitor that, excuse me. I'm part of that business working group, and I can see what information they have. So.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Appreciate the
I
detail
appreciate
there.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you, Nancy, for your presentation and for your leadership on this. I know in the past there was some issues with processing tests and thus getting accurate data. Do we feel confident that the positivity rate and the new daily infections is accurate? And I had another question, but it just slipped my mind. So maybe it will come back to me after you answer that.
Okay. Yes, we feel much better about those things. So the testing got way behind back when there were many more cases and people were lining up to get tested at volumes higher than the test sites and the private providers could handle, as well as the labs at the other end actually processing the specimens. So the state is addressing the lab issue they've got this contract with PerkinElmer and a promise to handle volume that's way higher than what we've had previously, and not that it's a totally new lab. It's not competing with the commercial labs that process healthcare specimens. So not relying on Quest and LabCorp and the other big laboratories. So that should really resolve the delays that had happened at that end. And the other things, I mean, other things related to that, and within the county, we did put some budget into the CARES Act funding to cover more testing if we need to. So that's another option we have. We have a contract we'll be using first for the schools, but it also has enough capacity that we can add additional community testing if we need it. Right now, the demand is down again and the turnaround time is really fast. And we're back to that position where we're actually a little bit worried that the state might pull our test sites. But I think a lot of counties are in the same position. So I don't feel like we're as much risk as we were last time.
Okay. And then my other question was, have you seen or are you expecting to see a bump in cases from the recent holiday or recent events? Or do you feel pretty confident that we will, it'll be smooth sailing to orange next week?
Good question. I would say we're not seeing anything yet from the Labor Day weekend. We think between exposure and the most likely time somebody would start showing symptoms is probably about 5 days. So you figure that 5-day period is kind of, 3 to 5 days after Labor Day, which would have been mostly last week. So I don't think we saw really a bump up, but that also means that people would have said, I have symptoms, I'm going to go get tested right away. So and then a couple of days to get the test results back. So we would have seen, I would think maybe a start of a notch up maybe by this last couple of days. And I don't think we've seen anything yet.
Okay.
So we're not out of the woods by any means, and anything that's happened more recently wouldn't have shown up yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
And I don't think I answered the other half of your first question, which was just the reporting of tests and stuff. And there was that one glitch with the CalReady system. The state has worked that out. And we are confident that what we're seeing is what's coming through their system right now. We have, I guess we're fortunate in that we know kind of what percentage of our tests are coming from the two county sites, the OptumServe site up at Tahoe and now the Verily site down at the fairgrounds. And before we could see that some of those weren't coming through, and now we're able to verify that we're getting them all. So we feel pretty good about the data right now.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Williams, I do have one more question. How do you feel about the efficacy of the track and trace at this point? I mean, I know when we had the long delays in lab testing, it was almost a moot point. But how do you feel about it today? And is there any top lines that have come out of that in terms of, the folks infected and, where or how or any of those things?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So I feel good about that. We've, because our county has never had a really huge volume of cases, we never got overloaded from that perspective. We did have to ramp our staffing up significantly, but we were able to do that within our own first public health staff. We just kind of reassigned people temporarily to be able to handle contact tracing. And then we've also been able to tap some other staff within our Health and Human Services agency who became trained in contact tracing. For instance, right now we're using the senior daycare staff who are otherwise furloughed. They've picked up the contact tracing. So we're keeping up with things. We're doing it within a prompt amount of time after receiving case reports. And of course, investigating cases right away. And I think even though of course, we couldn't do it fast when we weren't getting the results right away, but we've never delayed on our end. I think everything has been investigated as soon as we could pretty much. And so I think that's probably helped us a little bit from things getting out of control in our county. And so our team's pretty proud of that, and that we've managed to stay on top of that, and we intend to continue to stay on top of it. So there are some challenges with it. One of course is if the testing results do take a while to get back, and I hope we don't run into that situation again, it becomes less useful. And then the other one is, there's been some hesitancy. I think, a lot of people know that or feel that if they tell us the truth about where they work or if who they might have been in contact with, some people might end up getting quarantined or isolated who need to work and don't feel like they have an alternative. There are some means for compensating people to be off work, but it messes up businesses being able to run and all that. So, we understand that, but there's just going to be a certain percentage of people who are withholding information for whatever reason. And of course, probably a small percentage of people who just don't think that we deserve to know anything about them. So, they're not very helpful, but but I'd still say the majority of people are still cooperative and sharing information with us. And that part is actually, we think, making a dent in the spread of the illness.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Williams. I am going to go ahead and open up public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 3.1. If you're joining by phone, please press *9. Otherwise, use the raise hand option at the bottom of your screen. You'll have 3 minutes to comment, and I will remind you when you have 1 minute remaining. I see no public comments, Mr. Oh, sorry, there is one from caller 179. Go ahead.
Good evening. Go ahead, caller 179.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Michael and Council. This is Jonathan Gainsborough and Dr. Williams. If we've had 4 deaths and we have approximately 1,000 cases, would that be 0.4 of 1% of the cases? It's just a question, so it's not even 1% death rate, but 0.4. The children going back to school, we're all concerned. Is there any statistical data or matrix as far as the children? I've heard from most media do not catch it, and even less spread it. So that is a question. And then I just wondered, is the official stance of the state and the CDPH, do you totally dismiss the CDC numbers from 2 weeks ago that they said instead of 160 or 170,000 deaths, of those with COVID, but actually from the COVID, it was only 9,210. Does the CDPH totally dismiss those numbers that the CDC came out with? And then last question, I don't know if part of my time could be donated to some answers. I had a friend in Dallas that had severe COVID symptoms, and the doctor didn't wait for him to be hospitalized, but he prescribed hydroxychloroquine, and there was really a miraculous turnaround within 24 hours with my friend. And I have another friend in a hospital that's not using that in Dallas. I just wonder, are the pharmacies in El Dorado County allowing HCQ to be prescribed? And has it been used? It hasn't been disproved, and there are many cases, including a U.S. senator who swears that she was miraculously had a turnaround in the COVID. So those are some questions that would be great to have answered, and I think a public town hall would be tremendous, and also have some of the basic questions of the entire county answered by you, Dr. Williams. You're doing a good job. I think that the COVID phobia is vastly overblown to the extent of what the real drastic danger is. But anyway, thank you for listening. God bless you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Last call for item 3.1, public comment. I see no further public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Any last comments?
Is Dr. Williams still on there?
Dr. Williams, you still on the line?
I am.
Okay. I don't know if you had any last comments you wanted to make.
If you'd like, I can try to answer a couple of those questions quickly.
Sure.
Okay, so yes, the calculation for that death rate would be 0.4%. So related to the CDC death counts, CDC's data are not inaccurate, they are being misinterpreted. So nobody is claiming that CDC's data that they published is wrong. The issue with that is somebody has said, basically they've subtracted anything from anybody who had any kind of other condition that could have contributed to a death and said, those don't count, that's not COVID, those people died because of that other stuff. But the definition of anything that gets put on a death certificate is that it contributed to the death. And so if COVID is listed as either the primary cause of death or a contributing cause of death, it gets counted as a COVID death. The implication being that if that person hadn't had COVID, that person would not have died. So every one of those cases should be counted. There's also some evidence that there are a lot of cases of people who probably have died of COVID, which wasn't tested, was not detected. So that number is probably low rather than high. So coming back and saying it's 6,000 or 6% or whatever the claim was, that is a complete misrepresentation of the data. And I'll mention one other thing to think about with respect to that is just because people are obese or they have diabetes or one of the other conditions that puts them at risk of having more severe COVID symptoms and more probability of dying does not mean that they were about to die. So the average person in 60s or 70s or something, I'm going to kind of make this up because I don't know the statistics, but who has some of those pre-existing conditions, may have a lifespan, a life expectancy of 10 or 15 or 20 years. So just because that person gets COVID and dies, you can't just say, well, they had diabetes and they were obese, but they were going to die anyway, because we probably lost 10 or 20 years off that person's life. So I'm very passionate about that topic. That is a really, really misunderstood statistic, and people should stop quoting that because it's completely wrong. Really, there are 190 or maybe now 200,000 deaths that are related to COVID or more. And then related to children spreading, yes, younger children are thought to spread less, to have less severe disease. I don't think we know exactly why that is at this point. Part of it may be as simple as just that they're not as tall, and so they're not in the same airspace with adults, and so they're less likely to spread it to adults. Being that droplets fall to the ground, they're less likely to go upward and infect other people. We are concerned about middle and high school students much more than elementary school students. So that to me is going to be the real test. We've obviously been seeing a lot of spread in college classes. I think high school is a risky thing as well. Our county is going to be one of the earliest ones to be having the ages of students back in. So it's going to be a big test for us, and it could create some outbreaks and put us behind in our progress. So it was very, very important that parents of middle and high school students take things seriously, keep their kids protected while they're out of school, not just rely on the students or the schools to keep tabs on them. We need the parents to take this seriously too, because that is going to be a contributing factor to keeping our businesses open. And I think that's, yeah.
Yep. Dr. Williams, I want to thank you for taking your time to be with us and to do a really deep dive explanation, not only on the numbers, but on questions that are asked. So we really appreciate that. We appreciate the work of you and your department, and hopefully getting this into that next tier here next week. I think everybody will be happy to get there and stay there, for quite a while, because I think that last tier is, unless you're a Lassen or a Modoc, you're probably, nobody else is ever going to get there until we come up with some different criteria. So again, Dr. Williams, thank you, and we will talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Thanks. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, which is item 3.2, receive and file the August police report, and Chief Friend has this for us this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, staff, and of course the community. What you have before you is the August crime stats and investigation stats for Placerville Police Department. It is a year-over-year comparison. As you can see, we're up from 2019. However, looking back at the last 90 days for 2020, what you see in the August of 2020 column has been pretty consistent as far as our numbers. So we're busier this year than we were last year, but we're pretty much holding steady month over month for this year. Some of the things I do want to highlight is that although we're receiving more calls for service, our officers are still reducing their response times month over month, which is a good thing. So more calls are coming in, and we're actually getting there quicker to provide that service and safety to the citizens. Our investigative caseload has increased. Again, we only have one investigator, and it's Detective Goodell. I think everybody knows him, and he's doing a fantastic job, but he is, we are working him hard right now. You look at the UCRs, you will see there was a increase in the rate category. That to me kind of highlighted a issue with UCR. So I sat down with the staff and I talked to him about these two cases specifically. Now, what happens on something like this is somebody can come into the office and make the allegation and then indicate they don't want crime prosecution. So what it does is it shows up on our UCR crime reporting as we have rapes, but there is no conclusion based on the victim's request that we don't proceed with the case investigation. So as you can imagine, that's concerning because it is indicating to the public that we have these offenses, but there's not always an explanation as to why they're there or what the disposition of the cases are. So in that instance, it's two cases, the same suspect, two different victims, and they happened several years ago. But again, both victims are requesting that we do not proceed any further with the investigation. Our 290 sex registrants have also increased. If you remember from last year, I told you we hover normally around 20 to 25. We're up to 40, which each month over the last 4 months, we've shown an increase, one or two. June is when we started to document them on this form. We were 36 in June, we're up to 40 now. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them for you.
Great, thank you, Chief. Any questions for the Chief? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 3.2. We'll take public comment from number 965.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, my question would be, why would you go in and report and then not ask for prosecution? That seems very strange to me.
Okay, thank you.
Last call for item 3.2. I see no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. Chief, on the 290s, I assume that rate of increase is correlating with the rate of people being released from state prison?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. So it's just for the public to know that there is a correlation between, unfortunately, the rise of sex offenders in our community and the release of prisoners from our state correctional facilities. I just wanted to highlight that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd just like to thank the chief. I noticed our traffic citations are up for last month, and I have witnessed traffic enforcement on Cedar Ravine a number of times here in the last few weeks, and certainly appreciate that. That is a big concern. There isn't just speeding in certain neighborhoods. We have concerns in neighborhoods across the city, so I certainly do appreciate seeing the officers out there working on Cedar Ravine. It seems very effective.
Thank you.
Great. Chief, any last comments?
It's been busy. Our team's done a fantastic job. I mean, every day our men and women give you cause to be proud of the work that they do. You know, there's a lot been thrown at them, especially in the last 90 days between demonstrations and protests and responding to calls for service of citizens who are experiencing issues of despair. And all the while, our officers are human. They're experiencing those same things, but they're showing up every day, and I'm proud of them.
Thank you, Chief, and we're proud of them too. I think I can
say we are too.
I think it speaks for the whole council to say, thank you, and thank you to all the officers and staff for the work, especially during this time. I mean, it's always goes without saying, but in this time, it's above and beyond as well. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. I'll relay the council's appreciation to the staff.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, we'll move on to item 3.3, which is the August Fire Station 25 run report from Chief Cordero.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. You'll see within your thank you. You'll see within your packet the monthly stats for Engine Medic 25 Station 25 in Placerville. As noted last month, we saw a pretty significant increase in the call volume for Medic 25. That continues again for the month of August. And kind of another interesting correlation is the increase in calls of Engine 25, which is also kind of back to almost a pre-COVID level. So we'll see what September brings, but it appears that their call volume is maybe returning to normal after the decrease in call volume for the station. And then just kind of an update on our district and the fires going on around the state. We did have some crews that responded to initial attack to the Fork fire, and that crew and engine company was up there for about 10, 12 hours on that initial breakout of that fire. We've had crews that were sent down to Santa Cruz, crews that were sent down to the Mock fire down by Yosemite. Currently, right now, we do have 4 of our fire line paramedics and EMTs that are assigned to the North Complex. We have an engine company that's over outside of Hampton Camp on the Slater fire. And one of our division chiefs is also out on assignment as a division on the North Complex. So it's been pretty busy with the number of personnel that we do have out. Our crews back home are putting in a lot of extra hours covering those vacancies and really doing an outstanding job on making sure that we're keeping all of our equipment staffed and taking care of the business back home, even though that our district and the surrounding districts are pretty stripped with the unprecedented fire season that we have going on right now. And I thought I was going to get through without saying unprecedented, but it seems like we get that every year with it being a little bit more. But this is a record-breaking year as far as the acreage and whatnot. So the crews are really, they're doing a really good job. So that, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Great, thank you, Chief. Any questions or comments?
I had a question, I guess.
Yes.
Chief, thank you very much for the report. It continues to show the activity that Station 25 puts in for us. Specific to a week ago, when we had to postpone our meeting because we were without power, were there any incidents that you're aware of related to power lines down or trees into power lines during the supposed wind events that occurred?
So that's a good question, Mr. Councilman. And I did pull our stats for the 24-hour period of September 7th and September 8th. During that time frame, our fire district, not just Station 25, but our district as a whole, we did not respond to any reports of power lines down or trees into power lines. We did have a couple of vegetation fires and one structure fire, which would not show if there was power lines involved, but the initial dispatch being a vegetation fire or a structure fire vehicle accident would trump that power line issue, being as any lines down from, say, a vehicle accident would have been secondary to the vehicle accident.
Thank you, Chief. So that's information that we will be sharing with PG&E in a report that I am currently compiling. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment on item 3.3.
Public comment is open for item 3.3, the August Fire Station 25 report. No public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. Any further comments from council? All right, seeing none. Chief, thank you as always.
Thank you.
All right, moving along to item 3.4, receive and file update on public records requests. And this is Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just a quick update on the recent public records requests. There were two that were kind of lingering, took us a while to respond to. There was one from the Wapumnes tribe received on August 4th that took a substantial amount of time to respond to, but we did complete that last week, actually a week ago on the 9th. That information is on a flash drive and it's still here in the office if there's anybody listening from the tribe and can come pick that up. But that is closed out now. And then there was another one, requester Sheila Merchant, who was representing Element 7. Her request was on August 21st. This request we anticipate having complete by this Friday. And then there is one more request that was received today, actually, from the Wapumnes tribe. And I'll just briefly give you that information. They're looking for any and all records, documents, discussions, and emails surrounding the voters' petitions submitted to the city. And that's regarding the historic district map, the Druid Monument, Old City Hall, Wapumnes tribal consultation, and then Wapumnes tribe referendum of June 23rd, 2020 resolution. So we will start getting to work on that one. So let me know if you have any questions on this. I'd be happy to help answer.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. Council, any questions for Regina? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment.
All right, public comment is now open for item 3.4, the update on public records. I see no public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Regina, thank you for the update. Okay, moving along to item 3.5, comments by City Council. And I will start with Council Member Acuna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank staff. As always, they were at their jobs and at their stations a week ago when the power was out. It struck me as I was outside watering for the umpteenth time that my water service never fails me as I was sitting in the dark. And while that might seem funny, it does take a commitment from our crews across the city to not only deal with things that are going on at their homes being disrupted, but making sure that they're available to come in here and work for us every day. And they kept our town operating. They kept they kept the generators going, and we had it really well organized this time when the power went out. And I think that shows that the quality of our employees and the leadership now have got it pretty well figured out. So we can hope that hopefully our other utility in town will get their act figured out. One other thing is as I mentioned when we were speaking with Chief Cordero, is I have developed a series of specific data requests that we're going to be submitting to PG&E to get some information on the actual impacts here in the city as well as in the county. we are also going to be submitting a series of requests to improve the restorations. The method that they went about this last time, through no fault of their own, left some of the business districts out to the end. It inadvertently focused on residential areas. I think that would be an easy thing for them to improve. And we would be talking about businesses having come back on last week at, say, 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning instead of 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I think that would be huge to most retail and restaurant operations to have those hours back. So I think that's something that that's an example of the things that I'll be submitting, and that information will come to the council when I have it prepared. So those would be my comments this evening. Thank you.
Great. So it's part of those, that would include whatever data that they had from their, supposedly more, weather stations that have been.
If I could add, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I have pulled all the weather and analysts, off all the weather stations. Those come from the National Weather Service, PG&E, and the U.S. Forest Service. And, I took them from east to west so that we would have a good picture of what the wind looked like. And, I hope to have all that data accurately analyzed very quickly.
Great. Thank you. Yeah.
I have a question for Mark. Do we, are we able to understand where the power is shut off in this town? And why some of it's been left on, some of it's
And that's
off?
gonna be addressed in this series of
Okay,
questions
because
to them.
what I'm getting is, well, complaints
Oh, sure.
from business owners that are going, wait a minute, why am I stuck out here in the dark and half of Main Street, they're all unable to, conduct their business? And it's a legitimate question. And a lot of people, and homes, certain blocks had power. Why? And they're right next door maybe to my street. So how are they doing it? How are they figuring out? And I know it's about grids and all this sort of thing that a lot of us don't understand, but I really think we need some sort of more of an explanation about what's going on when the power does go off.
That's exactly the information that I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
be seeking.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Borelli.
I really don't have any reports, just, we're getting an awful lot of, we're getting a lot of emails, we're getting a lot of concerns with people, and, just kind of keeping up with all of that, so, trying to keep the town going.
Absolutely. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have, two things. One is, I spent a little bit of time with, Pierre this morning talking about, campaign signs and where they're located and why they're located in these spaces. And it's a concern of mine that it's somewhat of an unfair practice for people to put them on public right-of-ways and pretty much put them wherever the heck they please, as opposed to private property with permission and not on public property or public assets, which is, whether it's a sign or the back of a barricade or something that the city or even the county. I mean, it's pretty prevalent up in Pollock Pines as well as other places around the county that I've noticed, where they just are put in the public right of way. We don't have, and this is something for future, and we're not, and I, by no means do I wish to try and address this election cycle, because it's a little too late, a little too much, but to have something that has a little more teeth, a little more enforcement. I know I complained about it last election and I didn't say anything, but this election I finally decided to say something, and my hope is that over the next year or so we can address this issue and come up with something with a little more teeth, a little more understanding and ability to educate our potential elected officials on our sign ordinance, as well as those outside of the county that wish to place it in the city. We stopped and informed somebody that, you can't place these signs, this one, and I'm not gonna name out anybody individually, but they had put several signs along Placerville Drive about 75 days before the election. In the city, it's 60 days, and I was polite and informed him of the regulation of the county, and he very rightly so went and picked them all up, and then put them back out later. So, but the challenge I have is there's no real teeth to our enforcement. and it costs the city, and so there's that. Patty?
Well, when you go to the elections department, you fill out and you get your, all these instructions are given to you. I mean, and we also got an email, was it from, who sent it about, posting the signs on the, along like the freeway, and, who sent that out? Was it
Somebody
somebody at the county, I believe. So, everybody's been made aware, but it's like they don't pay any attention.
Well, and that comes to the teeth then. And so, at some point in the future, I would, before the next election cycle, I'd like to address this. And then the second thing, should I bring up the other thing with Caltrans later on as transit, or do it now? So, the mayor, myself, I think Cleve was there, and who else was there, Cleve, from our side?
From our side.
I know, Rebecca wasn't, so we, it was, and it was really not a side thing, but what we did is we, based on my, concerns I expressed at Eldorado, what is it called?
Transportation.
EDCDC, based on my, concerns I expressed at EDCDC, which are, transit road stuff, they set up a meeting with Caltrans, with the head of Caltrans, Amarjeet.
Oh, yeah,
Benapal. And so we met with him and really shared some of our frustrations and concerns, and he also shared his. And we went back in history more than 30 years about, going back and forth between the city. But the long story short is that we are working, we have found a place at least to move forward with Caltrans in a very productive way to look at how to mitigate the traffic going through Placerville. This is all part of the hotspot study,
Right.
but it's more than that. And it's also, we're gonna be reaching out and looking at engaging, a variety of, stakeholders in the county, all the way up to Tahoe, coming down ski resorts. You have Apple Hill, you have the National Forest, and all these that all funnel right through Placerville and then back down to the valley. And so, I just don't feel it is being addressed with enough emphasis. And I think most people that live in this town, in the city, can recognize that, especially when things happen. So we had a very productive meeting with Caltrans, and I left hopeful that as we move forward through this hotspot study, and more will come up in November, that we are starting to reach out and expand this our thought process and how to solve this problem.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And same, that was gonna be my one comment as well, was this meeting that we had with Caltrans. I left too very hopeful. I think, Caltrans, it wasn't as if they were just trying to placate us and, that's great, but, whatever. And I think they really did, take our concerns to heart, and as Dennis relayed, they gave us some of the history back as well from older years where, I think Placerville was concerned about, diverting all the traffic around us. I think one of the things that came out of this, and we'll be looking at this as we move forward.
What do you mean, the business owners were concerned?
Correct. I think business owners and just the general, that if you passed Placerville before, you'd have a ghost town, yeah.
Basically, the way they said, they came to us with a bag full of money to fix our problem, and we said, no, thank you.
Yes.
No, that's not
Late
right.
70s.
That is not right. I've been on this thing too many years, and
Well, that's how, the overpass, the tunneling, or.
I get it. I know, I understand, but
They
I've
send
been
them
trying to get, and I think Mark and I both have, we've tried. And I'm hopeful because you're hopeful. I hope this time it works.
I
but-
want to thank our vice mayor for doing that,
I
because
do
I think
too.
it's very important, and he's a member of the Transportation Commission.
Right.
And, it occurred to me in the last couple of weeks, because that little mouse had told me that this meeting was taking place, and I thought, well, this is great, because our own city council member will be chair of the Transportation Commission next year. And in my years of serving on the Transportation Commission, it has a whole nother level to it. So Kara Taylor, as chair next year, she will have the ear of a lot of Caltrans people, and will, of course, actually be working with the executive director, Willie DeLorean, et cetera. It's almost like you have a whole other staff.
Yeah.
when you're serving in the chair or vice chair position. So,
Well,
I think it's great that Dennis has to have this conversation and set that groundwork, and, you have to admire Amarjeet. He has every community in his district, which is Caltrans District 3, that has very legitimate and passionate concerns. And he has the unenviable job of doling out the money that, you know, the whole state budget process and his staff and what have you, and still trying to have a working relationship. So I think it's important that everybody got to remember about Placerville, and that will probably serve our community very well going forward. It's important with the tree trimming and the cleaning up the weeds and maintaining what they've got, as well as making sure that they fast track the repairs. And I've had him bring up that same bag of money.
yeah, we never
with
saw a bag of
with
money.
You know, he took me back down to that same route, and so thank you very much for
But
doing that. And I would like to just say one other thing about the campaign signs, and I see our city clerk, is on the line. It should be in any candidate that's running for city council's handbook that
It is.
no signs are permitted on public property in the city of Placerville. So every sign that I see out there is on private property. So that has been a standing rule for years, but Dennis, I understand completely. People don't read things anymore, and if it's not online or right in front of them, oh, well, there's a sign, I can put it up. Well, no, not in the city anyway.
And some of them are being placed on private property without permission.
And
Without
that's totally
permission.
not right.
Yeah, and that is a
That's
whole other issue.
Yeah.
Which actually we have no teeth, and people are like, well, what do I do with the sign in my front yard now? Yeah.
Well, didn't we have a lot of problems, it's been a few years back, I haven't noticed it so much with folks that are advertising something, of course, because of this COVID thing, there's not too many, but I mean, car shows and et cetera.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they just go around and
Just
staple
put 'em
them to
on power
every,
poles.
you know, and there's a law against
Stop.
that too, but they, you know.
Cleve
and
picks them up on the weekend when he's not busy.
Cleve has done a good job, I mean, our staff has called on these people, they get a phone number,
I agree
so.
with Dennis.
It's a good point, even a bigger issue beyond just
Exactly.
illegal signage.
My goal is to carry that forward, not tonight.
Yep.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did see, and then I know our police department didn't put one up in our vacant lot next to the police department, so yes, there's definitely, signs that are going up in places where they shouldn't be, so, with that,
Nice lot.
yeah, oh, it is a great lot for a
There's no
sign,
weeds.
yeah, but not a place you can put it.
No.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple of comments I wanted to make. Friday was 9/11, and I felt the need to say a couple words about that. I remember exactly where I was when the planes hit the Twin Towers 19 years ago. I was in my sophomore anatomy class in a high school 30 miles from Logan Airport, where the terrorists boarded and departed. It was an airport that I had boarded and departed and arrived home too many times to count. My teacher was called out of class and came back in crying to let us know that we were under attack. The rest of that school day was spent with my fellow classmates as some tried frantically to track down family members that were traveling, and we all wondered if another plane was going to drop out of the sky at us any minute. It was an eerie and surreal day that I can still feel when I think about it. Nearly 4,000 people died that day, and our country and the world came together to support our firefighters, first responders, law enforcement, and the families that lost loved ones. In the years that followed, we all made sacrifices to our convenience, to our privacy rights, and 1,000 more brave Americans made the ultimate sacrifice in the war on terror. Today, we face many threats. A new virus has killed nearly 200,000 Americans. Our firefighters are up against impossible fire conditions with limited resources, working long, incredibly difficult days back to back with no rest. First responders and essential workers are selflessly exposing themselves and their families to a dangerous illness. And our local law enforcement officers are working to keep our communities safe with fewer staff on duty while facing demoralizing criticism for events that happen outside of their community and outside of their control. Placerville Police, I think you're doing an amazing job, and I thank you. I just want to encourage everyone, to remember and embrace that same spirit of unity that brought us together after the terrible event of 9/11 as we face these new threats together. May we never forget what true patriotism is, and let us honor our first responders, firefighters, and law enforcement, not with protests and rallies that force officers to work overtime and increases their workload by putting more lives at risk, but by making those individual sacrifices necessary to protect each other in our communities and to lessen the burdens on our first responders, nurses and doctors, essential workers, caregivers, teachers, parents, and children, and our business owners. And then on a lighter note, I wanted to highlight that National Night Out will be on October 6th. This is a great community event. It will be modified for the time of coronavirus. And then also that our community services department has been working hard to come up with fun activities, nature activities, scavenger hunts, and they're planning a fool's gold hunt for kids and families to help get people outside, hopefully when the smoke subsides. And more information about that can be found on their Facebook page. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. We didn't have closed session this evening. So we'll move on to item 5, which is adoption of the agenda.
Move for adoption?
Before you do, I guess I need to, I would like to see if we can't move 12.4 to 11.05, which is the Pioneer Community Aggregate MOU. We have people that are waiting on the line to talk on this, and
We do.
we get them up front and get them.
Say it again, Dennis.
12.4
Okay.
to before 11.1.
Yeah, to make it 11.5 or 0.05.
Yep.
Yep. Wow. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, I will move for adoption with that change.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you, everybody. The agenda is adopted with said change. We do not have any ceremonial matters this evening, so we'll move on to public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda, and that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. And just on this, and I know we've probably had a couple of questions on this since COVID hit, and that is we were sort of just reading public comments into the record. However, we made a change now that we've sort of figured out the technology and the ability for us to all gather together when we weren't sure about people being able to connect and everything else. We're now doing so you can either Zoom in or you can call in, but we're not going to just be reading comments sent into the into city council to be specifically read if the person can call in. So just wanted to make that quick clarification. So with that, we'll move to item 7.2 first, which are oral communications.
Public comment is now open for item 7.2. Any items that are not on the agenda, we'll go ahead and start with Tammy Dans Ingram.
Good evening, Tammy.
Hello, council members. This is Tammy Dans. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Awesome. I'm calling about the Mosquito bus station. My concerns are obviously listening to Officer Wren. There is definitely an increase in activity at the bus station. Now I understand why I'm seeing new faces down at the bus station that we normally see. There is increased activities with the homeless, domestic disputes, drug activities, and illegal, car racing, donuts. Anyways, would really appreciate more patrols if possible. I know PD is really busy. Appreciate everything they're doing for our community. Anything I can do to help, I would love to see the public, there's a web camera down there that is accessible for the transit and to PD. I would love to see one of those or that available for public access. That would be wonderful. And the schools are getting ready to open, like you said, at the end of September. So that's even more important to have some more control of what's happening with the regular activity that's happening daily out here. Even as I speak, we have some regular overnighters moving in for the night. Anyways, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tammy.
Now taking public comment from caller 525.
Good evening. Uh, 525, if you're still muted.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Okay, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. I wanted to address 2 points. Thank you for giving me my 3 minutes. The first has to do with asking you to take leadership as our elected representatives to increase masking compliance. I heard stated prior to public comments that we really want to get to a better tier and stay there, and that we also want to embrace the individual sacrifices we need to be making in these times. And I've heard Dr. Williams also share that we need a commitment from the entire community to keep our businesses open. I did not attend the honor event on Friday because I anticipated there would not be social distancing and masking, and my wife is very immune cancer compromised. And unfortunately, my prediction was right, even though the El Dorado County Republican Central Committee advertised that masks and social distancing was encouraged. You know, I was impressed that Chris Cockrell stood up and said that everybody needs to be supporting the small businesses. We need our patriots to step up. We need to stand up and support each other and work through our division, which I feel unfortunately masking is becoming. It's about public health and caring each other, and it's actually about law and order, since we have a mask mandate repeated over and over again. So I would urge you to take the leadership and direct your police officers, your city council members, all the various public officials that there to honor the simple slogan from the Chamber of Commerce: covered paces, open spaces. Let's keep our businesses open by showing we care by limiting the spread of this virus. I was also concerned that the 9/11 event, though good, in my opinion, de-emphasized the actual center of it, which is our firefighters. And the California Firefighters Foundation is holding a memorial September 26th. I would urge that you put this on your agenda, how Placerville can honor the first responders, the majority that ran into that building. I have lots of firefighters in my family, so I apologize, but it's emotional to me that we need to honor those gentlemen and women who are like shared on the lines with the fires, both county, state, and federal, and let's give them the same kind of honor that we showed Friday. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now take public comment from Blair Will.
Good evening, Blair.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me clearly?
We can.
I'm actually here participating in this meeting. I'm waiting for another agenda item to come up, but I was listening to Dr. Williams's comments earlier. She made a few statements at the end of her presentation, and then that was already past the close of public comment on that item. So I just wanted to kind of correct a few things. I think she may have given you, with all due respect, information which is a little questionable, and I suspect that particularly with regard to the positive testing that's occurring in not only here in California, but around the country, which has become the new metric for reopening here and under Governor Newsom's new tiered program. I urge you to do a little research and learn about cycle thresholds in the PCR testing. I know this is technical, but we are doing a amplification on our PCR tests, which are locating viral debris in test subjects. And most of those people are not infectious and have not been. There was a New York Times article about 2 weeks ago in which they reviewed certain studies from Massachusetts, New York, and Nevada and determined that up to 90% of all PCR positive tests relate to viral debris, which is non-viable. And so at 37 or 40% amplification, you're simply getting positive tests which are actually not contagious. And so I just wanted to kind of make you guys aware of that. If you have time, PCR test cycles, because I think this is going to become a real important issue as we move forward towards reopening El Dorado County in light of the fact that the governor is basically basing all of his metrics on positive test counts and positivity. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from caller 107.
Go ahead, caller 107. You may be on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. This is Jane McGinnis. Good evening.
Good evening.
And it's good to hear all of you and your voices again. I wanted to address an issue that is something that I think we kind of left behind. Before the COVID virus took all of our attention, we were all talking with one another, the advocates, the city council members, about finding and using some appropriate city property for the benefit of families who are living in their cars. They are just one segment of the homeless, but many of them have children. And that effort kind of got interrupted as everybody's attention refocused on the COVID issues. The concern about getting people out of the camps suddenly shifted to keeping the campers in place. But we still have the same 850 children in our school system who are homeless. They are not in camps. And I ask that we pick up again the efforts that Kara had begun and try to find a place where the homeless can park with permission of the city. Winter is coming, and I am really praying for the success of this private effort to create a winter shelter, but we also need to provide support to our car families who would not be bringing their children into a shelter environment, even if we were able to create one. And I would like to say I would like to pick up where we left off. I will contact Kara in the next few days, hopefully early next week, to ask that we discuss this, that perhaps we can pick up this effort again and go forward with it with the same enthusiasm that we all had back in February. And I just want to thank you all. You are all doing very good work under very tough circumstances. And I understand that Dr. Williams has a position to maintain, but the Center for Disease Control is the federal government, and those numbers were not revised lightly. The gentleman who just spoke about the particulate debris is exactly right, and that information has been out for quite a while. So I think if we could take a deep breath on the COVID issue, I'm not saying we turn our backs on it, but I'm saying let's turn around and remember that we were actively working on some very tough homeless issues back in February, and I think we need to pick them up again and go forward as quickly as we can. Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from caller with the last three digits, 965.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, this is Sue Rodman. And my comments are these. With the loss of the little town of Berry Creek and wildfires burning all around us, including the fork fire on our own El Dorado National Forest, it is past time for Placerville to get serious about our hazardous vegetation ordinance. Major roads that would be escape routes do not have clearance so that people could escape. In Berry Creek, people were again driving through tunnels of flame to survive, and there is no count of those who died trying yet. In Placerville, the new Ray Lawyer Drive exit is beautiful, but as soon as you go onto the older, narrower section of Forney Road leading to downtown, there are steep, brushy slopes on both sides of the road. Also, notice the steep slope with weeds and ladder fuel along the north side of Placerville Drive. I invite you to imagine the risk you would take to drive through to escape a fire on whatever your evacuation route would be. Please, let's do some cleaning up along our street right-of-ways now. Wouldn't it be great for Placerville to be designated as a fire-wise community? It is possible. It would save on insurance premiums. It might prevent some cancellations, and it would save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Last call for item 7.2, oral communication, non-agenda items. No further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great, thank you. And then going to 7.1, written communications. Did we receive any written communications?
Perhaps Regina can comment on this. You did receive some written communication. All of those were forwarded to the city council. Some of those related to agenda items tonight. For example, the canvas item, you received a couple items. There was also one item from the Wapukas tribe, which is the document that we were requested to read in the past. We have read at our last two meetings. However, we have informed them that we are no longer reading those, that they need to come online in order to comment. So.
Okay, great, thank you. I think everyone also did receive the, and this may come up later as well, but the petition regarding on Clay Street. So just wanted to add that as well.
You know, okay. Along those lines of receiving documents, when I really have a hard time filtering through a barrage of documents we get between 4 and 5:30 in the afternoon. And, you know, to be perfectly honest, they don't have the best chance of getting read with everything that's going on prepping for this meeting. If it's really important, take the time to get it to us before 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the meeting, and I promise you that I will read it, and it'll get read, and it'll be considered as we move forward. But if we get it at, you know, after 3 o'clock on the day of the meeting, it's difficult. So just I want you to know that, because I want to see it, I want to read it, and I don't get a chance to do that if you send it in at the last minute.
Yeah, no, that's a good public reminder. It's hard. I mean, I think all council members and staff are preparing for the meeting, and so the late afternoon emails or hard copies or whatever are exceedingly difficult to get to at the last minute. So thank you, Vice Mayor.
And lately, it's not just yours, whoever you are might be, but it's not just yours that's coming in, so it's getting stuck on a pile.
Yep. Yep. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote unless a member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion.
I move that we accept the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 8, consent calendar. Now taking public comment from caller 179.
Go ahead, caller 179.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. I pressed a number multiple times on public comment. It didn't get recognized. I know it's nothing intentional, but I'd like to redeem the time I should have had, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll try to keep under 3 minutes. I really enjoy the amazing city and county that we live in, that we're also blessed to live in. And I just tremble when I hear the fire stories of Barry and other places in Oregon and the Paradise story. With the spring is so beautiful. The summer here, except for the 103 or 108 a week and a half ago, that was terrible. But the weather here is so beautiful, except for the winter. And I'm not a winter. I'm still in recovery from growing up in New York and shoveling 2 or 3 feet of snow. So I do not miss the Great White, but I want to just refocus us again that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when people get into pneumonia or influenza with the flu season coming, or if they're Dr. Fauci doesn't rate that high in my book, but he doesn't know who I am, so it's maybe mutual. But you can't play both sides of the fence. But he does talk about a possible second wave in the fall. And if whether we have a spike or not in COVID, we definitely will have the flu coming in. Some are even talking about a combination of a flu-COVID new combination. But I want to just draw our attention again as city leaders and city mothers and fathers, as you all are, and you're doing a great job at that, that the California's oldest newspaper on June 26th headlined, possible no nomadic shelter for the homeless in the coming winter. We're 6 weeks away from November. We're going to have ice. We're going to have snow in November, December, January. I know that there's a 2x2 meeting between the county and the city. That's good. I know there's 40 people being housed up at the Pollock Pines motel, and that's good in itself, although slated to end by the end of December. But we've got to think ahead for the over 600 homeless in the county, according to the point-in-time count. And if there is going to be no nomadic shelter, and there is not going to be a nomadic shelter this winter, we've got to think ahead.
1 minute.
Western Slope Organization for the Homeless and for Affordable Housing and Upper Rum are working to find a location and to raise funds. I don't know how tightly you are involved in that, but I just beg you to have a ongoing dialogue with those that are trying to raise funds and provide a shelter. We've got to do something. We cannot let the homeless be cared for less than we care for our animals that we would not leave out in the cold, the sleet, and the snow. So I know you are compassionate leaders, and I just ask you to look ahead and help provide a solution that God himself will not only encourage you, but enable you and the county and other concerned individuals to make available for the helpless, the hopeless, and those who have no voice. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Last call for public comment on item 8, routine items on the consent calendar. No public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further comments? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye?
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, you were muted. Can you go ahead and repeat that? I can read your lips.
Yeah,
I
we
believe that
gotcha.
was an aye.
All right, so that passes unanimously. We did not have any items pulled or any ordinance this evening, so we will move to item, was 12.4, now 11.05. Adopt a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with Pioneer Community Energy to review and consider joining Pioneer Community Energy. And Mr. Morris has this for us this evening.
Good evening, thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to present this item to you tonight. As you know, the city in the past, over the past year, looked at some options regarding this. Specifically, you asked staff to meet with Sacramento Municipal Utility District to consider options, see if there were options in terms of service to El Dorado County or Placerville specifically, and see if they would come up. Recently, we returned with a letter from them saying that it was not in their best interest to consider annexing El Dorado County into their territory, and that so it was no longer being considered. We did that in conjunction with El Dorado County, and during those discussions, we also looked at and talked about the possibility of community choice aggregation, which is basically purchasing our own power and then having that distributed through the PG&E system. We continue to review that, and we have talked to a couple of community choice aggregation joint powers that currently do that. One was down in Yolo County, and the one that we're presenting to you tonight is in Placer County. Pioneer Energy, now my mind's going blank. Pioneer Community Energy, thank you. So tonight we have a presentation for you and a proposed memorandum of understanding for adoption. Tonight we have Don Eckert, who is the Executive Director of Pioneer Community Energy, and Sam Kane, who is their Chief Operations Officer, to give you a presentation to help you more fully understand community choice aggregation and to look at what we are pursuing in terms of becoming part of that community choice aggregation. We'll mention briefly that our two council members on that committee, Councilmembers Borelli and Acuna, did receive a presentation from them, and after this presentation from Pioneer Community Energy, we can have them comment on it if they would like to. So with that, I'll turn that over to Don and Sam.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris, and good evening, council members. For the record, I'm Don Eckert, Executive Director with Pioneer Community Energy. Again, thank you for the time to speak this evening. We are extremely excited about the prospect of Placerville joining Pioneer Community Energy, and we'll have a brief presentation that we'll go through to explain to you what a CCA is and what we can offer you. Before we get into the presentation, though, I think there's two value plays for the city that whether you form your own CCA or you join Pioneer, these are two outcomes that you should expect from us. One is rate competitiveness and stability. I can't guarantee past performance for future results, but in the past 2 years since Pioneer Community Energy launched for Placer County, not including this past summer, compared to PG&E rates, we were able to save our ratepayers $27.6 million. And if you think about that, that's $27.6 million. That's not going to the headquarters in San Francisco for PG&E. That's staying in the county. And before COVID-19, hopefully that was being spent at local movie theaters and restaurants and stores. Our board, Pioneer Community Energy's board, is made up of representatives from each of our member agencies, and you would be represented on that as well. They have set rate competitiveness as our #1 priority. So we have low fixed cost, We're buying our power at competitive prices, and we have a board that supports rate competitiveness and stability. So we can offer that. The second value play for the city is local control. So for the first time in over 100 years, you would have a say in the energy future of Placerville. You'll have a voice in the rates that your constituents pay. You'll have a voice in the programs, the energy efficiency type programs, or any other type programs that are energy related that is specific for your area, as opposed to, let's say, PG&E deciding what those programs should be. And you'll have a voice in the power procurement that we purchase for you. So with that, I will say in my history with the CCAs, we bring elected officials onto the board, and every one of them really, for the first time, have a voice in their energy future, and they love it. And I guarantee you will as well. So with that, I'd like to introduce Sam King, our Chief Operations Officer, to go through the presentation.
All right, thank you, Don, and good evening, Mayor and Council members, and thank you, Cleve, for the introduction. So as Don mentioned, those are great items, and I can just say from my previous 3 years experience as a consultant to CCAs, at least a dozen or probably half of the CCAs out there, that the results and the happiness of the members are it's very high, because it has turned out to be something that, as Don mentioned, has given them local control and more competitive and stable rates, which is wonderful. So let me share my screen and go through the slide deck that we'll talk about tonight. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm just going to PowerPoint mode. Okay. So what we'll talk about, and I'll try to go through this relatively quickly so that it gives you plenty of time for questions that you may have. So we'll first talk about what just high level things about what a CCA is and how it's developed, and just basically give some updates of where we're at in the whole CCA space as of today. We'll talk a little bit about Pioneer's goals and just an overview of Pioneer in general. Some key highlights of what Pioneer has done, and talk about what some of the benefits could be for Placerville for joining Pioneer. And we'll talk about the high-level timetable and some next steps that may need to get done in the event that we go forward with all this. So community choice, so it started out back in 2002 with AB 117. That basically enabled communities, cities, and counties to basically choose their own energy service, to procure energy on their own. And participating communities would join by ordinance, and the process is basically registering with the California Public Utilities Commission, and then filing an implementation plan. So the first step about registering and basically requesting data, I think Cleve has included in the agenda packet, that has been done. There's no commitment at this stage, but that has been done. But implementation plan, as we'll see later on in the slide deck, is something that still needs to be completed. So just to reiterate what Don has said again, so CCAs are formed to provide, you have local control over your energy resources, your costs, and local jobs, right? So you can choose whether you want to buy wind, whether you want to buy solar, whether you want to buy biomass, if it's the local biomass, to create your own local jobs and things like that. So it gives you a lot of flexibility in that sense. The role of a CCA, so again, it's simply to procure the energy. So the energy only, so nothing to do with the wires, nothing to do with the transmission and distribution lines. So all of the things about the PSPS events that you hear about, that's the IOUs, the investor-owned utilities, in this case PG&E, that's their role. So we don't have anything to do with the wires, or the management or operation of the wires. We simply are the energy, we procure the energy component of your bill that you see on PG&E, your PG&E bill. So there's a generation component and there's a transmission and distribution component of that. As a high-level overview, this kind of shows the map of where the CCAs are in California. And on the right side, you see the timing. So in 2010, that was the launching of the first CCA, Marin Clean Energy in Marin County. And over the course of the years, as you can see, it has grown. And you see in 2018 here, that's when Pioneer launched in February of 2018. And there's quite a few on here, as you can see. And in 2020, you got Desert Community Energy, Western Community Energy has launched. The map here shows green are the existing operating CCAs, and then the orange or yellowish color is where the implementation plan has been filed and accepted or certified by the CPUC. And the gray areas are ones that are considering CCAs at this stage. So as you can see, quite a large area, and it's growing. Just more recent information. So new CCAs have formed, like I mentioned, Desert Community Energy, Western Community Energy down in SoCal Edison territory. You got Baldwin Park and Pomona that are launching in October. San Diego, Santa Barbara, and the City of Commerce in 2021. Butte Choice, one of our neighbors, they were going to launch in 2022, which is the timing that we're trying to aim towards for Placerville as well, but they were delayed to 2023. They actually are going through the decertification process, and the reason is it takes a lot of effort to launch a new CCA, and that's one of the key benefits that Placerville will have in joining an existing, I say CCA, but it's a JPA, Joint Powers Authority, that's already existing and operational. Expansions, so those were new CCAs, so newly forming ones. Expansions are basically additions to existing CCAs or JPAs, and that's kind of what we're looking to do with Placerville. So Clean Power Alliance for Westlake, Monterey Bay, Marin Clean Energy, East Bay Community Energy, Monterey Bay, and Marin Clean Energy. So a lot of expansions going on, and as you can see from this slide, in the first top row for PG&E, in 2020, you see about 50.9% of the load was PG&E, and then in 2022, we expect it to be 48.6, so a shift. But you see the greater shift down in SDG&E, where you got huge chunks coming out in 2021 and 2022. But I think the message here is we're talking about 50% of PG&E's load is already or going to be CCA in either right now or in the next couple of years. So quite a big number. And in terms of for those interested in what sort of the renewable energy impact, and as Don mentioned earlier, Pioneer's focus is really more on stable and competitive rates. So our focus is to stay in alignment with the renewables portfolio standard requirements. But there's a lot of other CCAs that their ambition is to go way beyond that. Basically what you see on this map here is there are over 3,600 megawatts of new renewable energy projects that are going to be happening in the state of California because of CCAs. Jobs that are created by CCA. So this is just a list of some of the different local unions and that are benefiting from these new jobs from renewable energy projects. Pioneer, just briefly, a quick overview. It's a joint powers authority formed in September of 2015. Local government, not-for-profit, between the cities of Auburn, Colfax, Lincoln, Rockland, town of Loomis, and the county of Placer. Currently serving more than 93,000 residential and commercial accounts throughout the county. It launched in February 2018, meaning first started serving customers. The rates, and just to state again, since in October 2019, the rates are average approximately 11% below PG&E's rates. I think it is probably the lowest CCA rate out there. And currently it is 6.2% due to the increase in the power charge and difference adjustment, which is essentially a cost that PG&E shifts to departing load based upon high price energy contracts that they had purchased on their behalf, and now that departing load is leaving, they also have to share in that cost. So that's an ongoing contentious topic that we discuss on a regulatory front with the IOUs and with the investor-owned utilities. So that's something that we actually keep a close eye on and are battling, but our rates currently are still 6.2% below PG&E's rates, despite the higher PCIA. And there's also an Empower program that essentially finances clean energy projects, and that's a program we have within Pioneer. Pioneer's goals, just to reiterate it again, so basically providing power at a very competitive cost, rate stability, local control of electric generation, carrying out programs, and programs do cost money. So to the extent that there's money available to use some on programs, and then also on developing local jobs to promote the local economy, and of course to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the use of local power as to the extent that we can. So goals and actions, Don mentioned $27.6 million in savings since the launch in February 2018. That, to put things into context, that's about $9 a month on the average for residential customers, which the annual savings equals about 2 months worth of free electricity based on our calculation. There's a net energy metering program we have for our solar customers, and we've issued checks totaling over $174,000 and issued utility bill credits over $15,000 in 2020 alone. And the credits are because that if it's under $25, we don't issue checks, so we just give a credit instead. And yeah, we also purchase renewable energy from local resources and to stimulate local jobs. We just recently signed a contract with Sierra Pacific Resources that includes energy source from a biomass project in Lincoln, and so we continue looking for those opportunities. And with respect to the Empower program, financed over $100 million in PACE property assessed clean energy projects through the Empower program. The benefits of joining Pioneer. So again, the infrastructure is already in place. All of the time it takes almost sometimes between a year to 2 years to get a CCA up and running. So that's all been done. The procurements, infrastructure for settlements, billing settlements, regulatory compliance, customer data management, billing, all that stuff's been already established and set up. There's no need for millions of dollars in startup capital. That pretty much is receivables financing, because there's actually a lag between when you actually get the money in the door from PG&E, when you bill the customers to get the money back in the door from PG&E. So you don't need that type of receivables financing, and also for startups in general related to consultancy fees and things like that to get the business going. You get the ability for scale and influence, and you'll see that by joining Pioneer, you're not just Placerville, you don't get a lot of influence because you're just one city or one town. Whereas you join something that's already existent, something that's bigger, you just add scale, and you join people that are like-minded like you, so that you all work towards the same goal and have similar ambitions. It makes everything very click very well, and it's a lot of synergies involved there. And the added bonus is that since we're on such a tight time schedule, we're trying to do everything in the next couple months or so to have a filing for amended implementation plan by the end of December, that Pioneer has agreed to pay for the consultancy fees related to the impact assessment because of this tight time frame, and to help the decision-making process along. Timetable, I won't go into great detail on this, but suffice it to say the target is to basically get everything in place so that we can, by the end of December of this year, in order to get Placerville customers served by 2022, we need to file an amended implementation plan by the end of this year. So that means that between now and December, I mean, Cleve is very well aware of all the things that need to get done, both on Placerville's side and on Pioneer's side. I have a list of the items here. I don't want to go through all of them, but it has to do with ordinances and resolutions and agreeing on the JPA agreement, on amending what the amended JPA agreement is going to look like with the addition of new members. So that's all work that needs to get done. That's going to be done for an end filing by the end of December. And we expect CPUC certification because they have 90 days from when they receive the filing in March of 2021. So what happens in March of 2021, assuming we get certification, we have to start with the meet and confer process with PG&E to basically discuss a load forecast that includes Placerville. We have to begin procurement for resource adequacy, renewable energy, and system power products, which includes your load, and also perform all the requisite regulatory compliance filings, which is related to, say, RA or the renewables portfolio standard, that it also includes your load as well. So that's I know I said a lot of things in a very short period of time, but in a nutshell, what a CCA is, what some of the things Pioneer brings to the table, what Pioneer has done, what some of the benefits are for Placerville to join an existing CCA like Pioneer that's like-minded, and also anticipated timeline, and what sort of things that need to get done after you receive certification from the CPUC. Let me just open it up for questions here. Don, did you have anything else to add to this, or Cleve?
No, Sam, thank you.
Okay. Did you, I'll just open up for questions here then.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead and open up for questions if council and then public, and then if you want to come back, I'll briefly talk about the specific schedule to Placerville and our actions that we'll be taking over the next 2 or 3 meetings. So.
Okay, thank you, Cleve. Council members, colleagues, any questions at this point?
I do have one question for Sam, probably. The M-Power program, $101 million that was invested, could you share a little bit more about that program?
Yeah, sure. So the M-Power program, it's a PACE program, and what happens is, so for customers that are looking to do some sort of clean energy type of projects for their house, and the classic example is a solar. If they want to install solar panels on their home, they could attain financing through it's called the PACE program. And basically what happens is the county tax collector, so I think they basically put a lien on your home for that amount and basically provide the financing for it. And that's in a nutshell what it is. It's basically you get financing through the tax collector, and it's basically a lien against your property for that amount.
And thank you, Sam. I just want to add to that the PACE program is not a requirement of this deal. So if that's it really is the CCA Pioneer program that we're talking about today. If there's no interest in pursuing the M-Power program, the PACE program, that's completely fine.
Yeah. Thanks, Don. That's exactly right.
Thank you.
If I could maybe just add to that quickly, we currently have, I believe it's 3 PACE programs in the city that we have previously approved over the last 5 or 6 years. I haven't done any updates on those recently, and I should probably go back and research that, but we have 3 of these type programs through private companies that we have authorized within the city limits.
I have a couple of questions. In terms of the, I know you said there's like an 11% savings, but then it goes down to 6 point something when you have to factor in the legacy cost, if you will, of some of the contracts that the IOU signed on renewable energies. Is that a PUC? And I know you said there's been discussions on that, but is that a PUC or is that a legislative fix, or can it be fixed through the regulatory function? Not that I'm expecting to see that, anytime soon, but just wondering on that front. And then for something like this, like as we look at all the fires around us and the lack of biomass facilities that we could potentially have in El Dorado County not for jobs, but also for a way to help our forests in the area. How does that work if we wanted to explore other things like biomass?
Yeah, those are great questions. So, so the answer to the first question is that the CPUC is the one that decides how to calculate the PCIA, and also in terms of how to basically how it's paid out in terms of whether it's over the course of 1 year or whatever. But the PCIA is updated annually, and it's I don't want to get into the details, but basically, if you look at it, it rolls off because you have to realize those contracts are for renewable energy contracts, especially the higher price ones that were signed in, say, early to say mid 2000s, like between say 2005 and 2010, when Peter Darby was the CEO of PG&E. Those are really high price contracts. So if those are 10, 15 years, so a lot of them anticipate rolling off by the time you guys launch. So you guys are actually launching at a pretty good time. Those are the above market costs that you're talking about. So the good news is that the PCIA, so to answer your question, it is the calculation of the PCIA and the rollout of it is dictated by the CPUC. But the good news is that we anticipate 2022 and going further, it'll be going down for all CCAs or all load serving entities, not just CCAs, or even for energy service providers. And you'll see even a deeper drop off in 2024 and 2025. Once Diablo Canyon, the nuclear facility, once the one unit will roll off in 2024, the other one in 2025 as it gets decommissioned. So you'll see a further decline in PCIA costs. Well, does that answer that question for you before I talk about the biomass?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sure. And then on the biomass side, so that's an interesting question. It's something that Don and I are working very hard on, and we've only been here for 2 months so far, but we are. I have a pretty deep biomass background, actually having worked at a European utility that's really big on that. But the thing is that we have to understand biomass is expensive. It's the Cadillac of renewable energy in the sense of its pricing. So we are attacking it and looking at it from different perspectives, even from the regulatory front and also on the legislative front. In 2019, so last year, as far as I know, there are about 2 bills that were introduced related to reducing the cost of biomass, but they, both of them just died out. And for whatever reason, it's different ways to try to reduce the cost of a biomass plant, the energy output. But at the same time, we are looking and talking to different people, maybe even seeing if there's any lobbyists that can help out, that can try to use the angle, as you just mentioned, especially to take advantage of this, not take advantage is a bad word, but to look at different ways to look at how do we reduce the wildfire risk by using, getting all the forest debris out and to thin the trees and all that stuff. So we are looking at it from that perspective.
Thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead.
You have a question, Patty?
Well, I have a question concerning, PG&E still has control of the lines, and do you contract with them, and how long is that contract good for? And I'm kind of thinking about what we're going through right now and the maintenance of the lines, et cetera. Do you have, any sort of control over that? You know, in like you just mentioned about the, you know, taking care of the, you know, the biomass, et cetera. But how does that work? How does the agreement with PG&E work? What kind of a guarantee is there, or is there, that they're not going to raise their rates or be allowed to, so that the savings that you're telling us that we'll have, that they'll be wiped out by, you know, an exorbitant charge from PG&E?
That's a great question. So I want to make sure that we bifurcate the two costs here. So on your PG&E bill, you'll see a generation rate and you'll see a transmission distribution rate, right? So the only piece that Pioneer that you would be responsible for is just a generation rate. So when we talk about the savings, we talk about discount to PG&E's generation rates. Maybe I should have made that more clear. It's not we have no control over their transmission and distribution rates. That's something that they negotiate directly with the CPUC, and how they, you know, how they upgrade their lines, how they, how much it costs, and how that cost is passed on. But we have nothing to do with that. And to answer your question, whether we contract with, there is no contract. It's just a de facto thing that they just continue to provide wire service ad infinitum. So as long as it goes, there's just no, all we do is we provide the generation component, and they handle the wires. There's no contract, it's just implied.
Okay, thank you.
If I could maybe add that a little bit to help further explain is, if PG&E were to raise their transmission and distribution rates, that would be all their customers. They couldn't raise them just for Pioneer CCA.
Right.
It would be for all customers, and therefore, if we have a lower generation rate, then we're still going to realize the savings over what we would have realized if we were still with PG&E.
That's right. Thank you, Cleve. That's right.
Well, I think, well, I know, I was a little bit, I expected more savings, and I know you can't project, you know, a lot of things, but I was a little bit disappointed, quite frankly, in, and I know you mentioned $9. Did you say you figured you had that figure of $9 a month? But for us up here and what we're paying PG&E, that's not very much. And so I just was a little bit, like I say, a little bit disappointed in that there wasn't more savings on an individual basis.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, it's if you look at the.
But I mean, we see these huge numbers that that you presented with us, and when it comes down to it, like each household or business or something, it really isn't that much. So I just don't want people to think, like maybe I did, that it was going to be, a tremendous amount. So.
Yeah, well, $9 a month is $108 a year, right? So and so that's, if you look at it from that perspective, it's what we're looking at for average bill, it's about 2 months of free electricity. So I mean, I think that's quite good. But I hear what you're saying. And just to point out the thing about, I noted with interest that you had talked something about the PSPS events and your frustration with that. So I can just let you know that Pioneer through CalCCA, which is the organization that's a membership of all the CCAs out there. We do have discussions. There are proceedings, the regulatory proceedings related to microgrids that we discussed to make sure that we are in those discussions to see how we can, say, energize substations and do work with PG&E on sectionalizing. In other words, so if you see, like, if we can identify substations that's just tend to go black in terms of when the PSPS events happen, we can actually identify those substations and to see, okay, well, these are the ones that need a direct power source, so that in the event of a PSPS events, a section of the town won't go out. So we are working with them through Cal CCA on those efforts.
That's good news for us.
Mark?
Another question, I guess, for Sam. Sam is Mark Acuna. Regarding Diablo Canyon, what do you see the CCA's exposure to Diablo decommissioning costs?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. I'm hearing a lot of background noise somewhere. Can you please repeat that?
Sure. What
Yeah,
are the
'cause
CCA's?
somebody else might need to mute, I think, the other line.
Somebody's got a liner.
Regina, could you mute everyone and then allow Sam to unmute again?
Sure, I'll try. Hold on just a moment. Actually, I think they muted themselves.
All right.
Okay,
Sam,
can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. What is the CCA's exposure to the Diablo Canyon decommissioning costs?
Well, I think the CCA's exposure to Diablo's decommissioning wouldn't, I don't know what that exact figure is, but whatever that amount is would be spread out equally amongst all of the load serving entities. So it wouldn't be Pioneer specific. I think it would be proportional to whatever Pioneer's load share is. But I don't know what that dollar amount is, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, thank you very much, because it brings up a point. The load generation, the cost per those megawatts is going to come off the system, and that's a power contract. But I think people are going to be surprised at what the utility might ask for an ongoing decommissioning expense.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah, but whatever it is, it will be peanut buttered across, I think, all LSEs. It's not, and you know, it's yeah, that's a good question.
Thank you, Sam.
Sure.
Okay, Kara, do you have any questions?
I don't have a question. I just, quick comment. I think that this is an exciting first step to having more local control over our energy. And even if the savings are fairly modest, but we are able to have more control and siphon some of that off from PG&E, I think that would be well worth it. And I appreciate that this memorandum of understanding is not coming at a cost to Placerville at this point. Actually, I am kind of curious though, if you have any estimate for how much it would cost if we continue to go forward beyond the memorandum, you know, the transition fees or whatnot.
Yeah, so the MOU is not the big cost item. The cost item for us is the work related to impact assessment and to basically to the amendment of the implementation plan. So when Pioneer originally, before Pioneer actually formed, Pioneer had to file an implementation plan that would to be certified by the commission. And so in order to add new members, we would just do an amend. We have to amend that implementation plan. So that's part of the cost for the consultant. The other part of it is the first part of it is the cost for impact assessment. And that what that basically is to see, okay, if Placerville were to join Pioneer, what would that, how would that impact financially? How would that financially impact Pioneer's margins, net margin or financials, if you will? And the whole idea, and I think Cleve has a great idea of this, is that if we're looking at the way we're structuring a lot of this, the progress of this whole expansion is to see a lot of it hinges on the outcome of the impact assessment. To the extent that it's a positive impact, then that's pretty much the green light to keep going ahead. So the impact assessment and the amending of the implementation plan, those are the consultancy costs that we would be paying for. And so Placerville would not be responsible for any of that.
And then after, you know, if we got the green light to go ahead, would there be, I'm assuming that there would be significant costs to, you know, transfer all of the PG&E accounts over to the CCNA and just kind of some setup fees. and some setup costs on Placerville's end, and I was just wondering if you had any ballpark idea on what that might be.
Yeah, so I think the way to answer that question, and that's a good question, by the way, is that so as of right now, if you look at the timeline, right, so they're up until the end of December, once the impact assessment's done and implementation plan is, assuming all things go forward, the embedded implementation plan is filed. And then once the commission approves, certifies it in March, then we're looking at having to do a lot of power procurement, right? So as I mentioned earlier, so we have to start procuring resource adequacy and renewable energy and system power, which includes Placerville's load. So I think if the question is in terms of obligation, I think that once you become a member and to start procuring for that you're already a member and you're that's part of you're part of the game, part of the whole, you have skin in the game at that stage as part of the procurement. As it comes down to things that I think you're thinking about, so in terms of, say, data management services, of billing services, of all of the other type of scheduling coordinator services and things like that, that would be built into the impact assessment. So that's part of the impact assessment, part of the pro forma financial modeling looking forward to see how that is. So that's basically a part, it's all absorbed in the overall Pioneer cost. So there isn't, it's if you think about it this way, if the impact assessment comes out positive, that what that means is that the revenues, right, from the rates that are charged, less the costs, which include the power procurement costs and the costs associated with, say, Placerville, but it's all lumped into one anyway, is positive. And so
just to add to that, thanks, Sam. Just to add to that, so there's a roughly $30,000 cost to have the consultants, come up with the impact study and get us those results. We're covering that. There'll be incremental costs to bringing folks on board, but that's also covered by the incremental revenues of bringing you on board. And so there's no cash coming out from City of Placerville to launch this, and no impact to your general fund. So I just want to emphasize that as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Don.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, so currently, when we have a PSPS event, PG&E brings generator plants up and plugs it into their, what is that called up there?
Substation.
Their substation, which powers all of the underground utilities to the businesses on Main Street.
Yes.
Now, is that gonna continue, or is that gonna go away with this program?
No, that continues because PG&E is responsible for the wires, right? So that would continue. We have nothing to do with that. The only thing we could, like I said, so it's not our responsibility as a load serving entity, is in the event that we feel like we want to power that substation directly with one of our own local resources. For example, instead of having a diesel generator hooked up to the substation, if you wanted to have a very small biomass plant, for instance, hooked up to it, that's a possibility. But again, the whole business case has to pan out on that as well.
So I don't know that the business case pans out on that. They have, 3 large semi-trailer generators up there?
I think comprised of about 6 trailers.
Okay.
It's there almost year-round now.
Right, it's quite significant, and that has a significant impact, a positive impact on our businesses, at least the businesses that it serves, those that have the underground utilities. And I think I would want to know, it sounds like there might be, that it might still happen, but if we kind of thumb our nose at PG&E and decide to go with Pioneer, would they still be so eager to help us out as they have been? And it's a question that I don't know if they're doing it out of their good graces or if they're doing it out of some regulatory requirement, which I don't think they are. But I think they are trying to help out our town. So could be a significant impact to these businesses, far greater than the savings that they would incur through the savings for any one year that we have a PSPS event. So
Right.
it's something that I think we need to know the answer to before we move forward.
Yeah.
Or at least I would like to know before we move forward.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. And the way I think the best way I think I can answer that one is the fact that PG&E, they don't make money on the generation part of their business. It's a straight pass-through cost. So let me say that again. So PG&E does not make money on their generation business. It's a direct pass-through. PG&E makes money on their transmission and distribution. So to the extent that they're not transferring electrons under wires, they're not making any money. So it's in their best interest to basically keep that flowing.
That sounds
And-
like a good answer, but it doesn't sound like it's a qualified answer. I'd like to have more. I don't know, do we find that out from PG&E?
Councilmembers, if I can maybe add to that, you're right, we have no guarantee, you know, if we had a PSPS tomorrow, we have no guarantee that PG&E is gonna come out and fire up those generators. There's no, they have, but I think it goes back to kind of, they've done it because of we pressed them on it and they wanna do it, keep going what they can during those times. We're not the only community in the county that has that. I believe they have up in Pollock, if I remember right. Councilmember Kuna, is that right?
There's,
Yes, that's right.
there's one in Pollock, there's one that's not quite finished, it's gonna be Georgetown.
Okay.
There's one that's either online or going online at Grass Valley. So they recognize that they have an obligation to reduce the scope of the outages, especially in areas like Broadway or Main Street, where because you gotta remember, this is shut down because their facilities are exposed to extreme fire hazard. So there is no extreme fire hazard on Broadway or Main, et cetera, et cetera. So it's pretty hard for them to make a case that they need to shut this entire county off.
Okay.
And they are under PUC mandate to do that as well, in their,
I hate to go to the Vice Mayor's concerns. Last Tuesday, Wednesday, when we had that event, I'm sure much to the joy of most of the people at the west end of the county, they weren't out this time.
Right.
And that was because PG&E has had a lot of pressure to focus in areas where the wind might actually blow. Everything from Diamond Springs west was on. They had no idea what we were going through from Diamond Springs east in 100 degrees of heat at, almost midnight.
Yeah.
So they have made an improvement. The whole county would have been out the last time.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. It's still on my list of concerns that I, like to know about. So, thank you.
Well, I could try to help answer that, and I'll get back to you, Cleve. I mean, we have a PG&E representative that's assigned to us, and I'll ask her that question, and I'll reply back to Cleve, and hopefully he'll shoot that answer back to you, Vice Mayor.
I appreciate that, Sam. Thank you very much.
that'd be
Okay.
great. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up, to public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.4. Sorry, just one second. Item 12.4 relating to the MOU with Pioneer Community Energy. We'll start with 206965.
Good evening.
Good evening. Sue Rodman, I do have some questions. I have some input, is that the El Dorado, we tried biomass sale on the El Dorado several years ago, and it did not go well. It turned out to be a below cost sale. People did not want to buy for biomass and they didn't want to do it. So, and for this, I'm wondering how this action is really going to benefit Placerville residents for these ongoing public power safety shutoffs from PG&E. The MOU clearly states it doesn't apply to either transmission or distribution, and you made that clear in your presentation as well. But that's exactly what these public safety shutoffs are affecting. They affect the transmission and the distribution lines. They don't affect generation. On my bill, generation is approximately only 1/3 of the charges. Distribution and transmission together are 64%, or approximately 2/3 of my PG&E charges. So $9 a month is not going to save me very much. It appears that Pioneer Energy would still be using the same outdated and very poorly maintained PG&E infrastructure to deliver the power. So how does this help us with these power shut-off messes? And the other question I'd like to know is, do I get 2 bills, one from PG&E for transmission and distribution and one from Pioneer for generation, or would it all come one bill from Pioneer?
Thank you, Sue.
Okay,
We're going to go through public comments first,
Oh,
then we
okay.
can go back through answers.
I'm taking public comment from Kathy.
Evening, Kathy.
Hello. For
Hi,
some
Kathy.
reason, undoing the mute was different this time than the last time. Sorry. I have a question because you talk about $9, but is there a percentage? I don't know what the average bill is based on and where the $9 comes from. If that question is clear, is there a percentage, or because $9 means nothing at this point? Thank you. That's all.
Great. Thank you, Kathy.
Last call for public comment on item 12.4. I see no further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. There was a couple of questions out there in terms of the bill, which I thought was a really good question. It was actually a question I had and forgot, so thank you, Sue. And then a couple of other things. So if you all wanted to answer a couple of those, that'd be great.
Okay, yeah, so on the bill question, so you get the exact same bill from PG&E, and nothing will change. The only difference is that you'll see Pioneer on there. So same bill, nothing changes, just Pioneer's name on there. So that's, hopefully that's answers that one. Regarding the PSPS events, so yeah, we have nothing to do with the wires. So you know, in terms of the, you know, I think you're saying that they're old wires or whatever. I mean, it's not the yeah, it's not under the purview of what a CCA does. So that's an IOU responsibility, and that the CPUC regulates them on that one. In terms of, I think the other question was, what is the percentage savings with respect to the residential, whether we could come up with a actual percentage amount. I don't remember what the exact is, because I mean, these savings, the 27.6 million is basically equals, we have commercial customers, is broken down to commercial, industrial, residential, agricultural, street and lighting. So I don't know what that exact percentage is, but on the average, it's 11% savings beneath on the 11% savings to PG&E's generation rates.
Yeah.
I think those were the questions.
Yes.
They were. Thank you. Okay. Any further questions from council? Cleve, I think you were gonna add a few things on here as well, maybe some more context.
Just quickly to outline what we're doing here tonight. If you look at the second page of the staff report, we have already submitted data to Pioneer, and so that they have hired a consultant to begin the impact analysis. We hope to have that by the end of October. Tonight, what you're doing is adopting this MOU, which basically is just putting that all in motion to get the process started. at your next meeting, which is unfortunately for this current time, is next week, a few days away, we'll be asking you to introduce an ordinance that will start the process going, or continue the process going, I should say, kind of the general parameters of what we're doing. You will adopt that ordinance at your next meeting after that. So on November 12th, November 10th, you will, let me get this straight. Here we go. We're introducing the ordinance on your September 22nd meeting. October 13th, your next meeting, is when you will adopt the ordinance. It will take effect 30 days from that, so November 12th. On November 10th, we will ask you to adopt a resolution which will also approve the signing of the joint powers agreement with Pioneer. And at that time, that's kind of the final step for us. Pioneer has a couple more steps. They have to have all of their members approve the joint powers agreement. And you saw the number, they have several that they'll have to go through that process, city councils and Placer County Board of Supervisors to get that approval. And they've got that outlined and how they're going to do that. And you saw the schedule that Sam showed you earlier. So I think the key point, I won't say it's the kind of the drop dead, or maybe Sam can add to this, the last point of no return, if you will, is going to be that resolution which will authorize us to sign the joint powers agreement. And there's always provisions, something doesn't work out and things could change, but pretty much that's our last step that we will take. And assuming things continue forward and Pioneer, all of their members approve the amendment to their joint powers agreement to allow us to join, we would be on our way so that basically as early as January of 2022, we would begin to participate in the program. Sam, if I said any of that correct, please correct me, but I think that's close to what we've been discussing.
I think that sounds right, Cleve. Thank you. I think that's right.
Question for staff.
Yes.
Cleve, has Mr. Driscoll taken a look at any of and all of this information, the JPA and what we're doing, and I assume he has?
Yes, he has, the JPA, and he actually worked. The other point I should probably make is that the MOU and the ordinance have been closely mirrored with what El Dorado County is doing, so we're both kind of on the same track. Their meeting dates are a little bit different, but real close. The JPA agreement, Mr. Driscoll, as well as the attorney for Pioneer, and the attorney for the county, are currently working on that, and that will be ready for us to adopt in November, as was mentioned in the schedule.
And Cleve, El Dorado County would also be with Pioneer as well?
Correct. El Dorado County western slope. There's a Liberty provider up in the top area, but everything that PG&E serves in El Dorado County.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could, let me share with the council and any of our members of the public a meeting that Councilmember Borelli and I attended with Sam and Don and some members of the Pioneer Board and Supervisor John Heidel, Supervisor Farland, and Don Ashton were in attendance. The county has, I think I'm safe to speak, I know I had conversations with Supervisor Heidel. I think I can quote him as saying they're full in on this. They are very excited to be part of this, and I would, not that that is any pressure on us, but I think we need to realize that the county around us is going to be involved with Pioneer. Kind of went through a similar presentation, have been looking for reasons why this wouldn't work and where's the secret thing that I'm not discovering. One of my old bosses at PG&E, we used to have to do rate analysis for industrial customers, and it's a very serious thing. And you always wanted to make sure that you were calculating correctly. And so rates were a sensitive thing, and I kept thinking there's got to be a rate pickup that I'm just not catching. One of the things that we have to remember is the majority or all of Pioneer's current customers have natural gas service piped in by PG&E as a part of their community. Everything east of El Dorado Hills in El Dorado County is all electric. So I think, I found the questions that I was seeking, that is, the savings here could actually be a little bit more than Pioneer is expecting, because we don't have the luxury of splitting our load between gas and electric. As a developer builds houses, it's all natural gas, water, heat, furnace, cooktop. Here in Placerville, unless you choose to have propane, you're all electric. So I can't find any reason why I wouldn't suggest that this community's move forward with this. The questions that we got from the public are right on. To like Sue Rodman is concerned, this doesn't have anything to do with PG&E's PSPS program and the problems that it presents. That is going to continue to go on. That battle still needs to continue to be fought. And it will continue until the utility brings those lines up to standards. Appreciate Kathy Lishman's comment about the percentage, and Sam and Don for your input on between 11% on the high end and 6% maybe on the lower end. The important thing with our commercial customers, PG&E's commercial rates are obnoxious. And if we could save 7 or 8 or 10% on a commercial client's bill with no impact, other than having a name changed on the one bill they're going to get, I think we have an obligation to pursue this full ahead. And the other thing that everybody needs to remember, that as this process goes forward, and even after assuming this is successful, a customer always has the right to opt out. And I think it's either a 30 or 60-day process, and they go back to the PG&E energy purchasing costs. So I think I would encourage the council members to go online. Pioneer has all their board members, all their agendas, everything is online. I spent a day a week or two before the meeting and watched a number of them. And we will have new members on that board, and they do meet monthly, and it's a very cohesive, very forward-thinking operation from what I can find. So with that, I would move approval of the item.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for the context of the meetings and your knowledge as well. Thank you, Patty. We have a first and a second. Do we have further discussion?
How about Kara?
Where is she?
Yeah.
Where's Kara?
Hey, if I may, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I'm having some technical difficulties tonight. I appreciate Councilmember Acuna's comment. Especially about the ability for customers to opt out if they so choose. And just a note on this process, we're not voting tonight to join the CCNA. We're basically just approving an MOU for a feasibility study at no cost to Placerville so that we can get more information and make that decision. And I'm happy to support that. I think that this is an exciting first step.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I'll just say a few words as well. I do think there's strength in numbers and the ability to form this regional partnership, whether it's, El Dorado County as well as Placer and some of the other municipalities. I do think when you go to the CPUC or you do go to PG&E, there is I think a natural, I got to pay attention a little bit more with all of these customers coming to me. I think the ability to potentially look at microgrids, something that could go through this sort of a JPA, is something to also, I think it's a good thing for us to look at, as well as if we do something like that, any other local jobs that could be generated out of it as well. So I'm excited about this. I think we'll see. We're gonna get more information as we go forward, but I'm excited about the possibilities and also what the foundation that it lays. Should anywhere down the line, we do have an opportunity to look at transmission as well. So if something happens with PG&E, with that then, any other comments? Okay, with that, then we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your presentation this evening as well. It's very well done. And if we could, and maybe it's just for Cleve, if you could share with the council that deck, or I think it'd be good for us to have, just as to do a little bit more research, to have that, the slide deck that they just did.
Will do, thank you. That was being revised right up to game time almost, and I did get it today. I have it on my computer. I'll make sure you have that.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, do you want to take a 5-minute break before we continue here? Sure. Take a little. All right, so we will adjourn for a quick break for 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and continue on. We will now then go to item 12.1, and that's adopt a resolution directing issuance of 3 cannabis business permits.
Mayor, excuse me, we need to do 11.1.
We have-
That's right.
Dave's waiting.
Sorry, Dave, I was skipping right over you.
All that hard work.
Yeah, so item 11.1, hold a public hearing for the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 operating and capital improvement program budget proposals, and provide any additional input to staff in developing the budget, and direct staff to bring back the fiscal year 2020-2021 operating and capital improvement program budgets for adoption at the September 22nd, 2020 meeting. And Mr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Considering the time and the fact you have many other items to go through tonight, I'll keep my comments short. This is a follow-up to your last workshop that was held on September 2nd. We will talk about your sales tax. We'll talk about, let me share this real quick with you. We'll talk about your general fund and all of your other special funds. So you should see the PowerPoint now.
We do.
Okay, good. And sure that's from the beginning. Okay, there we go. Okay, so jumping right into sales tax, your Bradley Burn sales tax, which is your 1% of the 8.25% in Placerville, is your most significant local economic indicator. And it makes up about 59% of your general fund. And that number has slowly grown. About 15 years ago, it was about 46%, and now it's 59%. We continue to have strong per capita sales tax. For example, in 2019, it was $497. That was up from $471 in 2018. And Placerville was ranked number 36 out of 539 agencies. We hope to be number 1 someday. However, we did slip a bit. We were at 34 and we dropped to 36. We were passed up by the city of Dixon and Yountville. So we'll have to give them a run for their money next year, or this year. And then the quarter ending June 30th, we had, you may recall, forecasted a negative 36.01% due to COVID-19. And there was a lot of moving parts to that. We really didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know what our COVID numbers were going to be, which businesses were going to be out for so long, so on and so forth. But the good news is that the actual performance for the second quarter was actually up by 18.95% or $225,000. And we'll talk more about why that happened. But when you consider the adjustments, so the 18.95% included adjustments both in 2019 and 2020. When you take that out, you actually end up with a 10.25%. So not including prior period adjustments, we actually had a net 10.25% in Placerville. Statewide, sales tax was up approximately 5%. There was one agency that HDL told me actually had an increase of 50%. On the other hand, they had agencies that were struggling to make payroll. So there was a wide variety of situations depending on their COVID numbers, the economic performance, so on and so forth. And the theory is, looking at this, such a big difference between 36% down versus 18% up. One was there was a lot of hoarding activity going on, people buying necessities beyond their normal consumption levels, which really isn't sustainable, but that was going on. You also had folks, when they were sheltering in place, perhaps they had to telecommute for work. Maybe their computer and desk weren't up to par, so they went out and bought new equipment, as well as their children. If they have children that are telecommuting, perhaps buying new desks and computers. Also, I've heard, parents buying new playground equipment, for example, because they don't have a schoolyard. So home improvement was way up, did very well. A lot of people were doing those projects they were deferring, and now that they were at home, they went ahead and did those things. Online sales tax, pretty incredible. We actually, our sales were up significantly. And just as a reminder, we make up 19.75% of all sales tax in El Dorado County, and our online sales are based on our point of sale. So we get a proportional amount of sales tax, online sales tax. So even though somebody's buying something in Cameron Park or South Lake Tahoe, we get a piece of the action. The other thing is that our real estate is very strong seller's market. Our inventory is incredibly low, so that indirectly is contributing to our economy. Looking at your contributors, not much has changed. It's about the same as last year. Just wanted to show you that pie chart. And you can see that autos and building and construction make up over half. And the state and county pool, which is mostly the county pool, you can see almost makes about a 0.25% of our total sales tax. It used to be a very small fraction, but now it's making a bigger and bigger impact. Our top 25, we love all of our businesses in the city of Placerville, especially our top 25. And there are a few new faces here in the top 25. You see a few names, Bricks, and there was a couple others, but about the same as this time last year. And this is as of the first quarter in 2020. And then looking at the growth, you can see that, we've had a pretty good run. We did have a little ups and downs, but overall it's been good. Actual sales tax for the fiscal year 1920 was a little over 5.4 million, and we're forecasting a 1.5% decrease year over year. Now, there's a lot of things that can happen. It's an election year. There's a lot of people, some people are unemployment. You have eviction deferrals, a lot of different things that may change over the next 6 to 9 months. So, but we're cautiously optimistic that that number will come in based on what we're seeing and what HDL is seeing. And then looking at your historical sales tax, the red bar indicates actual cash. The orange bar indicates adjustment for annual inflation. And then the blue bar indicates cumulative inflation over the last 15 years. Kind of give you a feel. Jumping right into our general fund, which is the only true source of discretionary dollars. It pays for most major city services, including public safety, parks, and recreation. We did begin with a status quo budget. Unfortunately, we began this year with a $1.6 million forecasted deficit. And we did include economic impacts, increases in utilities, increases in minimum wage, so on and so forth. We did include $179,000 increase in our pension contributions. And that was, the total impact was $223,000, but the general fund share was $179,000. I mentioned minimum wage, that's a 7.69% increase in that item. And then because of that $1.6 million deficit, all the department heads and the city manager really dug in to find where could we cut back, even to the point, where can we cut back? It's not necessarily sustainable, but this year, just getting through this year. and I really want to applaud them for doing that. We were able to shave off about $623,000 from your general fund alone. The capital outlay really is minimized to just, matching funds, for example, for bulletproof vests. And there's a few small items. There's a toolkit, a few other things, but very minimal equipment. The computer equipment, fortunately, we are pretty much caught up with our computer equipment, so we feel we're okay going through this fiscal year. But next fiscal year, we'll have to address our computer equipment, the ones that are ready to be replaced. So the training is limited to health and safety related training only. There was no general CIP budgets because of our deficit. We did include our $75,000 contingency. And just as full disclosure, our retiree medical insurance costs are on a pay-as-you-go basis only. So there's no pre-funding going on. As part of our budget balancing process, about 70% of our general fund is personnel costs. The council directed staff to meet with our labor units, which we did back in May and June. And we basically discussed a voluntary separation incentive program, or the VSIP program, for folks that are either at retirement or considering retiring in the next few years. And fortunately, we were able to confirm 9 retirements. And that will create about $391,000 in ongoing savings before one-time costs for cash out for lead banks and the VSIP incentives. So as part of that, we also looked at personnel across the board. I'm going to show you a kind of a summary of this. So there's some positions where we either had a vacancy or through the VSIP program, we were able to basically freeze the position. So the first one is we had about a 0.5 half-time community services officer position that was vacant. Fortunately, we had somebody leave, and we basically are freezing that position, or recommending to you to freeze the position. That saves about a little over $21,000. In the engineering department, we had an engineering technician that through the VSIP program is retiring, so freezing that position, as well as the engineering specialist. However, we recognize we have stuff to do. We have a lot of projects, both development and CIP, so we're recommending to contract those out on a kind of time and materials basis. So we have $29,819 for development project inspection contract on an as-need basis. And then CIP project inspection costs. And again, these are all recoverable through those activities. And then GIS contract, and this is for the 9-month period. So these were adjusted for that 9-month period, $11,250. And then we had through the VSIP program, unassumed retirement and promotion, freezing the information technology analyst, saving about $93,000. However, we would need to contract, and I will warn the council, the amount we assumed is it's pretty conservative. So we feel that number may actually grow a little bit depending on activity, but mostly for networking services. But we have $5,000 for the 9-month period. And then due to lower economic activity, parking downtown, we're recommending freezing the part-time parking enforcement 1 position for right now. Hopefully a year from now, we'll need that position, but for right now, we're saying let's, because our activity is so low, let's go ahead and freeze that position. And then in the finance department, through the VSIP program, we're recommending of freezing an accounting assistant 2 position, however, backfilling with the accounting assistant 1, but creating some savings there. So those are our alternative service levels, or ASLs. Annual debt service, just as a reminder, We have about 2.7 million, almost 2.8 million in debt, primarily through our sewer enterprise fund. The good news is our 2017 City Hall capital lease, which was actually, it started out as a 2005. That's when we initially did the TIs, tenant improvements within City Hall. That's on Center Street. We will pay that off in October 1. That will be paid off, so that's good news. But we have all your payments there. And then your transfers, we do make transfers in between funds. So for example, gas tax contributes to our Public Works Department to pay for road improvements, road activity repairs, $291,000 from your gas tax fund. Parking fund for city employees to park in the parking structure and other places in the city, $8,600. Measure J actually is still in a deficit state, but $415,000 to basically balance that budget. And then $150,000 to your general fund liability fund for general liability insurance and property insurance premiums. Looking at your general fund, you have a balanced budget, and here's the pieces. So the revenue, 9.1 million, expenditures 8.8 million before transfers and adjustments. Net transfers out, which we just showed you, $283,000 net. So total expenditures, net transfers out 9.1, leaving you a surplus of $11,854. And then we have the savings from the primarily from the VSIP program through the ASL process. We have $7,400 in equipment, capital outlay, and then $7,700 net of state reimbursement for conference training and travel. So the actual surplus at that point is $13,075, basically a balanced budget. So very thankful we were able to accomplish that. Looking at your revenues by type, you can see the variances. And we actually show an increase in sales tax. That's because the actual performance in 2019 exceeded budget by over $200,000, and then building upon that for our forecast this year. All other taxes, that's your property tax, your franchise tax fees, your TOT, real estate transfer taxes, up slightly by $2,200. Construction permits due to economic activity, we're estimating about a $31,000 drop there year over year, but hopefully that improves over time. Intergovernmental revenue, that's primarily property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees, and a little bit of police officer standard training. And that's up by about $36,000. Charges for services are anything from parks and recreation fees, planning fees, engineering fees, so on and so forth. Again, due to the economy, we're estimating about $124,000 lower based on our current forecast. So fines and forfeitures, which is primarily your vehicle type citations, up by about $14,000. And then use of money and property is rentals, city hall, interest, those kind of things, sundries. And then other financing sources is overhead to your water and sewer fund. So again, 9.1 million, actually down in aggregate about 0.06%. And then expenditures by department, you can see the differences there. The differences are primarily due to the VSIP program, the ASLs we spoke about, and a few, the cuts, of course, that were made by each department. But you can see in aggregate, 9.1 million. We're actually coming in at 1.88% below last year's revised budget. And this is the same information, just showing you what, for each dollar of general fund, what that represents. And then when you look at the revenues over expenditures, you can see that in fiscal year 1920, we're actually forecasting a little over a $300,000 deficit, which is not good news, but it's much better than $1 million, which is what we were forecasting last spring. And remember, we're starting, last year we started out with, in the savings account in the reserve, about $2 million. We thought we were going to end up with about $1 million, but we should end up with approximately $1.7 million. We're still closing the books, but That's about 18% of general fund, so not bad in this environment. And then, of course, the balanced budget in 2021. Measure J, as far as sales tax go, about the same news regarding growth. And that's a balanced budget. Again, we're recommending transferring $415,000 from your general fund to balance that fund. Measure H, we have a balanced budget, and the Measure H, Measure L committee made a recommendation, which we'll talk about later, but essentially $585,000 is being transferred to your sewer enterprise fund for debt coverage and CIP projects. Another $516,000 is being transferred for debt service on your wastewater treatment plant. Measure L, we are forecasting about $2.2 million that can be used for street, sewer line, and water line projects, which Rebecca will cover later in the presentation. So, Sewer Enterprise Fund, again, we're transferring all of Measure H to the Sewer Enterprise Fund. We did assume flat revenue in your fee revenue because of what's going on with COVID-19. But we're hoping that as things improve, we'll actually see an uptick in revenue and more money for capital projects. So you can see, again, 6.3 million in revenue, 6.7 in expenditures, net transfers out, or transfers in, excuse me, 951,000, surplus before capital projects of 555,000, and then adjustments for ASL, capital outlay, and conference training and travel. So about 554,000 for capital projects, primarily from Measure H being passed through there. Water Enterprise Fund, we actually are showing a surplus for capital projects, and you can see the adjustments there. We start out 2.1 million for revenue, about 1.9 for expenditures, 150,000 out for liability insurance, property insurance, and a surplus at that point of 64,000, and then about $12,000 savings in ASLs. Capital outlay about $1,100 and $1,400 for conference training travel. So that leaves about $73,000 for capital projects that we can use. And then the other funds, I won't go through these unless there's any questions. One comment I would make is on this blue box here, this 2014 CHP grant. That was a grant that funded about half of a police officer position. That grant dried up last year. So that was another impact to your general fund, but it was a good ride while we had it, but it no longer exists. All balanced budgets here. So in aggregate, all your funds, 2021, your budget's $23,470,813. Expenditures, $20,332,663 before capital expenditures. And the reason why we don't budget those is because they're capitalized. We actually look them as assets as opposed to expenditures, and then depreciate them over the life of the asset, which some things, if it's a water line, it could be 50 years, 60 years, something like that, for example. So, and just as a reminder, we had a great year last year. Our public works and engineering got a lot of work done. They had 19 projects they actually completed. And it ranged anywhere from our city town hall HVAC system to our WPI phase 2, which was $11 million project, finished that. So getting a lot done, and really appreciate the voters approving Measure H, Measure L. It's just really helping us get those projects done. So, and then looking at our Measure H, Measure L sales tax recommendations. So the committee basically recommended, and I know your city engineer will go through the details of this, but basically a little over 2.9 million in additional funding for streets, water system, and sewer system projects. They did recommend restoring. We just about drew down most of the reserve from Measure L, and we asked that they recommended restoring $200,000 to the reserve for unforeseen costs, and then also we're kind of shifting gears, and I'll let Rebecca get into this, but of establishing construction reserves for both Measure H, Measure L. The goal is not to tie down construction funds in any specific project, provide more flexibility when it comes to funding our construction projects, because depending on what we find in the ground when we dig, it may be much more than what we think. So the recommendation is $185,512 for Measure H for construction reserve, and then Measure L for $175,685. And then the policy for that, we're working with the committee. There was an initial draft presented, and they provided us comments, and we're going to be sharing an additional draft via email, and then bring it back to you for final recommendation. And then finally, Measure H, we mentioned earlier, $516,070 for debt service. So looking at our projects, I'd like to hand it over to your Public Works Director, Nick Stone, to kind of talk about the wine sap circle slurry seal. Nick, if you could discuss that. Nick, you there? I'll quickly comment on this one. So this is a project. Oh, there he is. Hi, Nick. You need to unmute your session there. There you go.
Yes, the Wine Sap Circle Slurry Project, that's up on Orchard Hill. That's part of the Orchard Hill Benefit Assessment District up there. And what that would be is a project that's similar to what just took place down on Lower Main Street. The first part of the project would be a hot melt crack sealer that would go through and just seal a bunch of the small cracks that are in the area. And then after that, we'd have a contractor come through with product called Overcoat that's similar to what we've used at the Courtyard to seal the new asphalt up there. Probably about 4 or 5 years ago we did that, and it's held up really, really well. I'm happy to answer any questions about that. Okay.
And the remaining projects, Rebecca Neves will cover those. With that, Rebecca, if you could.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. I wanted to talk to you about our proposed CIPs. The first one on the list, funded through our Downtown Parking District Fund, is repaving our beloved Town Hall parking lot. As you, I'm sure, all have witnessed through various visits over the years, the parking lot's in need of serious love. And so we're going to propose to actually completely take down the asphalt down to subbase and rebuild it and repave it, similar to what we did with the Center Street parking lot that's directly across the street from City Hall. And then our next project on the list is servicing of modular treatment unit number 1 at the wastewater reclamation facility. It also includes replacement of the under drain too. You may recall back in 2019, we actually created MTU number 2 servicing. And at that time, we issued the contract, work progressed, and then as work progressed, it was discovered that the under drain system, consisting of outdated laser plates that are more applicable for a water treatment versus wastewater treatment, had failed. And so we're looking at replacing the under drain system. Looking ahead, we're looking to see that we might have to actually replace the under drain system for that as well on MTU number 1. So we've accounted for that replacement. And then the next project is the secondary clarifier number 1, the mechanism replacement. The secondary clarifier number 1 kind of functions as the clarifying process goes. It is a large cylinder that sweeps and gently moves the material. And what we're finding is that the mechanism that's within the clarifier itself, which is quite a large cylinder, quite a large vat, if you will, has actually started to settle due to corrosion, et cetera. And so we're looking at replacing the centrifuge and the central mechanism of secondary clarifier number 1 at the wastewater treatment plant. The next project is also for the wastewater treatment plant, and that's servicing of digester number 1. You may recall digester number 2 actually had to be serviced in advance because we had encountered quite a onslaught of grit and rocks and material due to the 2017 and even a portion of the 2018 storms, when the grit classifier pump and various appurtenances of the headworks were damaged as a result of those storms. Some of these items had been replaced through FEMA funded projects. However, this is kind of considered a maintenance project. And also I want to kind of give a shout out to our awesome staff at the wastewater treatment plant. Each one of these projects, for all intents and purposes, maintenance wise, probably should have come to you maybe about 5 years sooner. But they do just such a fantastic job of taking very good care and excellent maintenance records and schedules on each of these equipments. And so they do very well at taking care of the city's most expensive asset, singular asset. So and the next project is repaving of Benham Street. You know, even with the closure of the aquatic center, that doesn't mean it's always going to remain as such, right? Eventually we're going to get through this. And so when the aquatic center opens back up, it would be lovely to have that road be repaved and tidy for our community to use as they access the aquatic center. And then the last project on the list is to comply with state regulations. We are looking at having some water line, lead water lines replaced. And by I mean water line, I'm not actually referring to the entire water service or as a whole. It's actually just a portion of the water service. It's basically a lead gooseneck, which is about maybe 18 inches long. It's not excessively large. It's not the entire service, but we do have certain services within the city that do need to have that replaced, and we are moving towards that direction and towards compliance with the state for that item. And that concludes the CIP project. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. So in closing, we'll continue to monitor all revenues, especially sales tax, on an ongoing basis. And we recognize that this is a very unusual time with COVID-19. What's happening, on Main Street, and we just don't know what's going to happen. It's an election year. There's a lot of moving parts. So we'll be touching base with you each quarter to kind of talk about how our revenues are doing. And if it looks like we're not on track, we'll come back to you with recommendations to make further cuts to our budget. For right now, this is what we're recommending. A few things, kind of housekeeping things we'll be working on is updating our master fee schedule, the areas that haven't been updated in some time. Interest rates are really good right now. We deferred our wastewater bond refinancing a while back because interest rates kind of picked up and just didn't make sense. But now they're down to where it really makes sense. So we'll be working on that in the next several months. And then your CalPERS unfunded liability, it's something that with everything going on, we haven't talked much about since I think last December, but that's something we'll provide you an update, and especially with the losses or underperformance, if you will, with CalPERS last fiscal year, what that means to our contribution rates over the next 7 years. And then one of the items that we presented to you at the budget workshop was building permit software. I know Mr. Rivas is gathering more information about that, and we'll provide more information on that and how to move forward with something on that. So something else, just as a side note, I forgot to mention when we were talking about theories, but there's some really good news regarding our unemployment rates I want to share with you. Historically, as long as I've worked with the city, unemployment rates in Placerville have always been higher than the state of California, the county, and the metropolitan area of Sacramento, Roseville, and Arden, and the state, of course. But over the last 9 months, we've had an unusual trend. We actually have been lower than all of those. Our unemployment's up. So, for example, in February of this year, our unemployment rate was 2.8%. It peaked in April at 12%, and as of July, it was 8%. You compare that to the state of California, in February, it was 4.3. It peaked in April of 16.2, and as of July, it was 13.7. Well well above Placerville. So it's kind of, the tables have turned a bit. And I have to believe that that also is contributing to our superior performance in our local economy, showing in our sales tax numbers. So I just wanted to share that real quick. One last thing is when we present the 120-page document, your proposed budget, there's going to be some additional adjustments. Community Services Director Zeller has gone through his budget, and because of some of the deferrals and cancellations of programs, we feel we need to incorporate those in the budget. The good news is the net effect is about zero, but we want to present the budget with those adjustments. So some slight changes at the bottom line, it won't change, but I just wanted to daylight that so when it comes to you, you can expect that. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions and receive any comments.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Any questions or comments? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. The first thing I'd like to do is thank first of all, the two that are sitting here that have been here for so long, the wisdom and the decisions you have made that have kept our reserves where they're at. And I know if some of them are listening now, I know this has been under Dave's guidance, a conservative approach in our fiscal management, that we have maintained a healthy reserve just for situations like this to protect us against any significant impacts on our budget.
Well, we were prodded by Dave, I have to say.
Yes, and you listen to it. And other than our purchase of some equipment for our little Renegade there, I think we have heeded their guidance, and it's been good guidance. And I appreciate, Dave, that you have provided the city. And at the same time, I know that as we develop this budget, Cleve, it's been a big focus of yours this whole year. And ever since the coronavirus, peaked up, we kind of canceled all of our budget meetings going into it, because it was like, what was there to talk about except for how we're going to dig ourselves out of this hole? And the effort that the department heads put in to dig a little deeper, and I know you've gone back to them a couple of times and said we need to dig even deeper, and then working with those that were to retire early, and that was a bit of a daunting project as well, to negotiate that and work that with the individuals. So there's a lot of moving parts that has gone into making this possible today, that we're only, by the grace of God, our tax revenues came in better than expected, and that has there again, that has a lot to do with Home Depot being here in town, and that at some point and it was a close vote bringing Home Depot in back in the day, because there was issues with designs and all these things that occurred with that. And if that hadn't gone through, this ship would have been sunk by now.
Right.
Home Depot has literally saved our bacon. And I think that our community needs to recognize that as well. That, as much as we're against big box, that one big box on Placerville Drive has saved our bacon in this situation. And so there's a lot of things that have gone into play, and decisions that have been made that allowed us to succeed in this moment in time. Had where other forces may have prevailed, it would caused us a lot of harm right now. And so there's a lot of gratitude for those that have come before us, from me, that have allowed us to come to this point, as well as our staff and all the work that they have done this year to really sharpen their pencils and figure out where to cut. And they have taken a lot of sacrifices along the way as well to get us to this point. So I wanted to express my appreciation. I know all the staff are sitting there quietly, but thank you for your efforts in this as you have moved through this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well said. Okay, at this point, we're going to go ahead and open it up to public comments.
Public comment is now open for item 11.1, the proposed 2021 operating and CIP budget. We'll start with Gen C.
Good evening.
She's actually had her hand raised for some time, so she may not actually be there.
Hi, yeah, that must have been by accident. I don't really have I guess I have one question, which is just, I didn't actually look at all the numbers or anything, but is what you're looking at, does that in a spreadsheet that shows all the grant funds as well? Or is that a whole separate, is that something separate? Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for item 11.1. Taking public comment from 206-965.
Bravo, Dave, and all of the staff. You guys have done an amazing job to bring us through this whole thing as well as we are. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Sue.
I see no further comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. We'll bring it back to council for any further comments, questions.
I'd like to get the question about, come back, Dave, about where the grant funding is in our budget. The caller was asking about where the grant income was.
Yeah, let me bring that slide up again. Let's see, where is it showing? Okay. So yes, so all of our operating grants are shown here. For example, in the blue box up top right-hand corner, that's our state COPS grant that we give. It's really an annual apportionment, but we do treat it as a grant. And then we have a $7,900 OTS grant for equipment. We also have our bulletproof vest grant of $5,400. And then we have our tobacco grant for tobacco use reduction. And then new this year is the Coronavirus Relief Fund grant. And that's $81,000 just this fiscal year. There was also monies given last fiscal year. And then let's see. Yeah, that's it. We also have transportation grants. These are just operating grants. So these grants are used for day-to-day operations primarily. There's some unique ones there, but for example, there's grants that we receive for just transportation, but they're one-time in nature. We're not including those because they're capital and they're one-time in nature. We are showing you our CIP list for next fiscal year, but that doesn't include prior fiscal year CIPs. So just for full disclosure, it does not include transportation, other transportation grants that we may have.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Oh, I have a comment.
Yes.
Well, just to thank Vice Mayor Thomas for recognizing past council and past management teams that have wisely listened to Dave's heed that a good reserve is a large reserve, and he knows I like to spend money, but he also knows that I enjoy knowing that there's a good amount of money in the bank also. And unfortunately, this year has provided numerous challenges that nobody would have ever dreamt this city could have faced, and its employees and all of its citizens together. So I would echo the mayor's or vice mayor's compliment to all the department heads and all the staff and my colleagues here on the council, and of course Dave and his steadfast hand on the throttle of our budget. And I love Dave's dollars and seeing how we break down. I'm glad the caller asked about grants, because there might be some in the community that might think that there's just a lot of money out there that all we have to do is ask. And the state is so populated and so competitive now, and it hasn't been this way for years. There just simply isn't oh, we'll just go get $100,000 and we'll do something. That world hasn't existed in decades, and it certainly doesn't exist this year and hasn't for years. And I applaud everybody's balancing this budget, if you will, but did we really balance the budget? Again, there's been a lot of conversation in the community that, you know, there's just money waiting to be spent someplace for a new homeless facility or new programs or to finish paving more streets more quickly. And it's simply not the case. And what we've really done here this evening is, or we're about to do this evening, is to implement the process that found a city that back in 2008 and 9 really had to cut deep in the Great Recession. And we went to a bare bones staffing. And we have been at bare bones staffing for almost a decade now. And we just cut 9 more positions. We cut them from a bare bones staffing to balance this budget. The department heads at our direction, at Cleve's direction, brought forward hundreds of thousands of dollars in needed improvements, equipment, staffing, CIP projects that this city needs. And we have had to cut hundreds of thousands of dollars of those projects out to balance this budget. And yeah, and as Davis mentioned, it's an election year, and some folks are saying, oh, gee, the city just doesn't want to do this, or what have you. And I'd say you're very sadly, very misinformed as what's going on. And so I commend everybody for the hard work that we've done, and I hope that the citizens out there that are involved realize that we've been very blessed that our sales tax dollars have held up. We're very blessed that the staff, the department heads especially, are so creative and committed to this town. And my hat is off to all of them. And I just want people to realize that the price that we paid, and I appreciate all of the Dennis's compliments, and that was great, but there was a price paid in 2008, and there will be a price paid this evening to doing the right thing, and somehow we're gonna tighten our belts again. So I just hope that the seriousness of this moment can be realized by everybody out there. So with that, I make a motion to approve the budget.
Second.
Well, we're just,
It's just a
refile, basically.
It's a request to bring back for.
I'll do it next week.
Yeah, but we have,
September 22nd.
yeah, we only got a few more days to go.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is direct staff to bring back the fiscal year 2021 operating and capital improvement program budget for adoption at the September 22nd meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
So is that a motion? Yes, that's a motion.
That's a second then.
All right.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any further comments? All right, seeing none, roll call, please.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Hey, she's
Got a picture now.
Let's start moving.
All right, well, thank you, Dave, and, the rest of the staff, on
Can-
that, thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can? Okay. I'm using one device for audio and one for video, and okay, I'm glad you can hear me. Thanks.
Yep.
How's everything in Montana?
Smoky, very smoky.
Is it?
Otherwise good, yeah.
Can't escape it.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say thank you for the kind comments from the council, and we have a great team. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to discussion and action items. And item 12.1, adopt a resolution directing issuance of 3 cannabis business permits, following appeals of the city manager's selection and making findings in support thereof. And Mr. Morris has this for this evening. Actually, Mr. Driscoll.
Actually, Mr. Driscoll and Ms. Brown was also on the line with us tonight to address this issue.
Great, thank you, and good evening, John and Ashley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a note of a little bit of housekeeping that unfortunately, now that we can hear and see her, Council Member Taylor has to recuse herself on this one because she was on the selection committee. So probably the best way to do it on Zooming is exactly what you just did. So, all right. I'll go ahead and try and summarize the staff report on this matter. It really references the fact that on July 16th of this year, the council had held a hearing on each of the 4 appeals that were presented regarding the cannabis permits. Pursuant to its de novo authority, the council rendered a decision on each of the appeals with respect to the claim, to each claim raised by each appeal. On August 20th of this year, the council adopted formal findings with respect to each of those claims. And after extensive and robust discussion, the council voted unanimously to issue cannabis permits to 3 of the applicants that were recommended for those permits by the selection committee. The council's decision was based on discussion and findings that the phase 3 process cured the potential errors and irregularities in the initial scoring and the mid-process appeals. And thus the selection committee's qualifications and deliberative process, as well as the qualifications and diversity of the chosen applicants, provided a sufficient basis and independent grounds to award the permits. At the council meeting on the 20th of August, it was stated that the selection committee did not see the HDL scoring and the applicants in phase, scoring of the applicants in phase 2, excuse me, and that the selection committee conducted their own independent evaluation as a separate and standalone process. While it's correct that the selection committee did not see the detailed breakdown of the applicant scores for each category conducted by HDL, they did see a spreadsheet that contained each applicant's total phase 2 score, which identified the applicants who would be moving on to the phase 3 interviews. The selection committee independently evaluated and scored the applicants in phase 3. And that process was not based on HDL scoring. It occurred separately and independently of any prior evaluation. The resolution that we prepared for the council tonight, this evening, contains findings to that effect, and we believe is consistent with the action of and direction of the council taken on August 20th. Specifically, the resolution contains extensive recitals and factual findings regarding the overall evaluation and selection process used by the city. As a result, the resolution formally directs issuance of cannabis permits to Sacred Roots, Chuck's Cannabis Collective, and Reserve House. It also authorizes the issuance of permit to the following alternatives in order of priority in the event that one of the 3 aforementioned applicants is unable to proceed with their permit and their cannabis business. And those alternates in this order are Cannatopia and Partners, CN Holdings, and 3 Habitat Consulting. With that, I would be happy to take any questions. If Ashley has any comments that she wants to add to that, I would welcome her comments.
Hi, everyone. This is Ashley. I just wanted to jump in and say thank you for letting me attend this evening. I don't have anything further to add, but I am available if there are other questions as well.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank you, John. Questions at this point for staff? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.1, the issuance of cannabis business permits. We'll start with Blair Will.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you on this issue. Earlier today, I believe in advance of the deadline, I submitted a written letter to you, and I hope you've had a chance to look at that. Because it's so late in the evening, I will make my comments brief, but I'm very concerned with both the findings and the resolution as presented tonight in the staff report of September 8th. I think that the decision to award the 3 originally selected applicants permits invites litigation by one or many of the other involved applicants. The findings of the council have already acknowledged that the selection process was flawed and unfair and did not comply with the ordinance. And the phase 3, relying on phase 3 alone as a standalone review process does not remedy that unfairness. We've heard that the selection committee was aware of the phase 2 total scores before initiating the phase 3 review process. And as you know, 2 of the 3 final applicants would not even have been in phase 3, but for the irregularities in the earlier part of the process. So the applicants who are participating were still prejudiced by a flawed process, regardless of whether we try to carve out phase 3 separately. Furthermore, in terms of a failure of logic, at least as I see it, the permits being awarded are not the 3 finalists under the phase 3 scoring. So I don't really think that, as I mentioned, the phase 3 reliance alone doesn't solve the problem of a flawed process. But even if you were willing to accept that, sort of as an argumentative position, you're not awarding permits to the 3 finalists in phase 3. Chuck's and Reserve House would not even be in the top 3 based upon their phase 3 scorings. They would be 5th and 10th. And finally, the testimony that we heard at the hearing in August clearly indicated that phase 3, in terms of a review selection process, was arbitrary and capricious. And as I mentioned in my letter, I've reviewed the score sheets from that review process. There's a lot of missing information there. There's a lot of conflicting phraseology in terms of describing applicants and their applications. And so I think that the phase 3 process is almost by definition arbitrary and capricious and resulted in a prejudiced result. So what happens is if there's a lawsuit or 2 lawsuits, then you're going to have a petition for writ of mandate. I believe that'll be successful. The court will throw it back and say you've got to redo this process in a fair way. So you're going to be right where you are today, a year or so from now with considerable litigation expense. So I advise, it's my suggestion you consider either issuing all 7 permits as discussed previously or initiating a full new selection process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Rod Miller.
City Council, Rod Miller, El Dorado County Growers Alliance. Thank you very much for showing leadership on this issue. It's been a long process. The City Council has the authority to make the final decision. You're making the prudent decision. It's very interesting how many of these meetings are led by a meeting about the budget. Let's move forward, utilize your cannabis tax and help support the community and jobs and taxes. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call on item 12.1. Annie Aubrey, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the comment. I just want to vote an aye in support of the findings that we had on August 20th and allowing us all to move forward with the 3 businesses that were chosen. Thank you so much for your time and all of your hard work.
Thank you.
I see no further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. We're going to go ahead and close public comments and bring back to the council. Any comments or further questions for staff? Or motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve item 12.1 as outlined in the staff report.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Do we have any further discussion? All right, seeing none. Regina, roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
and Councilmember Taylor is recused.
Okay, that measure passes 4-0. And again, I want to just thank Mr. Driscoll and Ms. Zambrano for all their work on this and bringing this to us and capturing all of our thoughts and how we eventually came to a findings on all of this. So thank you very much for the hard work. This has been a long process.
Long process.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One of the longest resolutions I think I've seen.
Yes, that may be my longest I've seen. Okay, moving along. Item 12.2, provide direction to staff on addressing the impacts and mitigations related to Apple Hill and recreational traffic. And Ms. Neves has this item for us this evening.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Vice Mayor Thomas, and council members. For some time now, traffic due to Apple Hill and recreational activities have challenged and impacted the local road network in and around and through Placerville. Although 2020 is proving to be an anomaly of a year, staff would be remiss to abstain from once again taking a look at what can be done to lessen the impacts of Highway 50 bypass traffic on our local roads. As you're all aware, bypass traffic has been known to impact Broadway, Placerville Drive, and Main Street, as well as select local roads in town through the use of traffic applications such as Google Maps and Waze to avoid the 12-minute delay experienced by travelers at the 3 signalized intersections on Highway 50. Staff coordinated with both the county and Caltrans about some potential mitigation measures to help keep highway users on the highway and off of our local roads, allowing for local traffic to function more efficiently. And this evening, we would like to open up a discussion and thoughtful dialogue and specifically request direction on 2 proposed mitigation measures, one being changeable message signs on Highway 50 and the other being the conversion of Coleman Street to a one-way traffic flow. Changeable message signs, or CMS boards, would be strategically placed, one each in both direction on both eastbound and westbound, to alert motorists of potential delay ahead of the signalized intersections and reminding highway users that local roads are for local traffic. The purpose of this message is not to deter patrons or visitors of Placerville, but to merely focus through travelers on the through and direct movement that exists on Highway 50, overtaking an off-ramp to bypass the signals. Potential messages could include local roads for local traffic only. Please, through traffic, stay on Highway 50. Traffic signals ahead, expect delays, and thank you for your patience. And my personal favorite is local road construction and detours ahead. Please stay on Highway 50.
I like that one.
I like that one. It's a good twofer.
The city has been successful in awarding 3 fairly large roadway construction projects, especially recently: Upper Broadway bike lanes, Spring Street pavement rehab, and the Mosquito Road repaving projects. As of this Monday, all 3 projects are in active construction and contain substantial detours and closures to through traffic movement, and the bypass traffic from Highway 50 would not be supported very well in those detours. The second potential mitigation measure is converting Coleman Street to a one-way traffic flow in the eastbound only direction. Coleman, at its widest point, is 27 feet wide and its narrowest is 15 feet wide. In other locations, which prohibits a safe two-way traffic pattern on Coleman. Additionally, there are parking restrictions in place for majority of the road per ordinance 1701. However, parking is still allowed from Benson Street to Bedford Avenue, further narrowing the widest location of Coleman. Converting Coleman to a one-way in the eastbound direction will prohibit or deter bypass traffic looking to avoid the signals by detouring to Mosquito Road, then via Clay Street to Coleman and arriving at Bedford to either further detour on other local roads or to avoid the eastbound cycle of the signal at Bedford Avenue. And also I want to remind, though not as part of this agendized item, I'd also like to remind council and the public that tomorrow evening from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., the city is hosting a neighborhood chat via Zoom to discuss the specifics of the draft traffic calming resource manual and its proposed calming devices, as well as how to engage the process to implement such devices on our local roads. The neighborhood chat tomorrow evening will be an equal opportunity for our community to provide public comment and input on the potential calming devices in the process. If any public comments for this item are focused on traffic calming or other specific items not related to addressing Apple Hill traffic mitigation as the item before you this evening, please, by all means, feel free to email me your comments at engineering@cityofplacerville.org, or if your schedule permits, please join us for the chat. We'd love to hear from you. This concludes my verbal report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you for also giving us the public the information about tomorrow's chat as well, and to bifurcate those issues. So appreciate that. Any questions for Ms. Neves at this point?
I do have one. Do we have data to support any of this street closure, or is it mostly anecdotal and the experience of the people on the?
Well, so the data comes mostly in the form of geometric information of Coleman Street. So one thing that has occurred as a bypass has been, traffic will come down Clay, and then they will go in the westbound direction heading towards Bedford. The data that conflicts with that, absent of the impacts of just traffic, is actually just the geometrics of the road. As I mentioned, the road's pretty narrow. It's 15 feet wide, which is basically a one-way street in portions of it anyway. As far as traffic counts, we have not officially done those. We would look at doing those, but that was the premise of the conversion to a one-way flow.
I know we have some traffic counts on Clay Street,
Yes,
especially on holiday weekend.
Yeah.
I guess that traffic does in part go up on Coleman, depending on which traffic map they're following.
Yes, sir, it does.
Any other questions?
Rebecca, are you considering this temporary, Coleman Street, one way, eastbound only? Would you consider that seasonal, or would this be permanent?
We're looking at the option of making it permanent, just going back to the geometrics of the road. And I believe Councilmember Taylor has a question.
Go ahead. Kara, go ahead. Sorry, I can't see you on the screen, Kara, so.
No worries, I understand. We received one email from a resident that was concerned about fire safety and evacuation routes if Coleman was turned into a one-way. And I just want to clarify that even though we would temporarily turn Coleman into a one-way for this season, if there were evacuation needs or if emergency vehicles needed to get by, it's still the same road and they would still be able to access that. We're not physically closing off, a specific lane or anything like that. Correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
We're not blocking access. And, quite frankly, if it comes down to fire safety and evac routes, when you see lights flashing, get out of the way and make room for them. They're not going to a barbecue.
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and open up for public comment.
Comment is now open for item 12.2, the Apple Hill traffic. We'll start with John Tullifsred.
Good evening, John.
Hi, my name is John Tullifsred. I live on Bedford, across from the Shakespeare Club. That's the one-way part of Bedford there. My driveway is on Coleman. So I appreciate this discussion and the focus on the geometrics of Coleman. It is a narrow street. I'm always surprised when the garbage truck comes westward on there, and of course the mail runs on there every day. So the real issue, in my opinion, is the bypass traffic. The bypass traffic is really practically on a Saturday or Sunday during Apple Hill season, or during the ski season, is literally bumper to bumper around the stop sign onto Bedford and all the way up. And when I walk my dog up there, Bedford is so narrow. Really, the pedestrian walkway is where the cars are driving. I have to walk my dog between bumpers, and it's not good. The bypass traffic is the issue, not the geometrics of Coleman, if you will, because of course that's been the same geometrics since it's been there, the street that is. So now I counted about 50 properties have access to Coleman. That is the up Benson, which is to the north side of Coleman, and on the south side of Coleman is Lincoln Street. And there are some driveways like mine on Coleman. So there's about 50 properties that utilize Coleman probably directly. So the one way is a significant impact to those 50 properties, I believe. Now, the issue with the bypass traffic is an issue that, that you'll see on a Saturday or a Sunday on a holiday in the fall and during ski season. Other than that, it's a nominal issue if it's even there. That is, I don't think there's a lot of bypass traffic during weekdays off of 50. And I believe that you could accomplish the bypass traffic solution quickly with some street signs, specifically no right turn or no left turn signs. So on southbound Clay, which is where all the bypass traffic goes, southbound Clay onto Coleman, you put a no left turn Saturday, Sunday, holidays. And on the northbound side of Clay, you put a I'm sorry, I had this backwards. You're going to put no right turn, of course, onto Coleman. You can put a no left turn onto Coleman if you're going north on Clay.
30 seconds.
Does that make sense?
I was just letting you know that you have 30 seconds remaining, John.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So I think with no right turn, no left turn signs, you can mitigate the issue. And of course, there's ways to go into Google Maps and make comments about Google directions and give them feedback so we could advise them of the change. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's one of my considerations.
We'll now take public comment from Travis.
You could do that.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can.
Hello. Yeah, I actually also live on Bedford. First, I would actually like to thank all you for all your hard work through everything in COVID here. You guys really have done a great job along with the police and fire departments. But as someone who lives right there on Bedford, I'm sorry, I think I said Coleman. As someone who lives on Bedford, I have to agree entirely with John that, that issue on heavy traffic days, usually Sunday, holidays, that weekend ski traffic coming down, that is our issue on that road. My thought had been maybe making a Saturday, Sunday one way. I don't know if that's anything legally possible, but listening to John's ideas on the right turn, left turn, that's things I've seen in other cities. So it's definitely, to me, something that is worth looking at, as well as whatever effect we can have on Google Maps stopping people routing us through the neighborhood. Because 3 weeks ago, I had an accident directly in front of my house on a Sunday afternoon, of course, and it was entirely due to congestion. And the poor lady walking her dog nearly got taken out by someone who had come off the freeway and was speeding down the street and paying attention to their phone because they think it's some miraculous cut around, and it's not. So I just wanted to put my opinion in there that, it is a useful bypass to all of us who live in this neighborhood, and cutting it down to a one-way street is in some way a good solution, but in other ways it will really impede us who live in this neighborhood. But if it could be done during those high traffic hours, maybe that message board, especially the last message that she gave out there, was a very good idea, and just any way that we can detour people from coming through the
30
neighborhood
seconds.
would be very beneficial to those of us who live here. But actually cutting off that street from our use, I feel that the benefits don't quite outweigh the cost to our living. So that's just from someone who lives here. That's about all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Ed Ingram, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Ed Ingram, Friends of Clay Street. A couple days ago, we emailed to you a petition for minimal traffic calming measures for Clay Street and arterial streets. We've had over 135 plus signatures of residents in the area in favor of traffic calming measures affected by the non-local residents, avoiding the queue of traffic on Highway 50. Suggestions, which are on the petition heading: install stop signs east and westbound Clay Street at the intersection of Constellation Street. Coleman Street to be a one-way eastbound from Bedford to Clay Street. Number 3, install a no right turn sign westbound on Carson Road to northbound Dimity. We have had no refusals to sign this petition, and many more are willing to if we had more time. These residents are tired of excessive traffic conditions, which has turned into almost every weekend that affects the quality of life that they purchase their homes for in Placerville. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Last call for public comment on item 12.2. All right, we'll hear from John Cochran. Go ahead.
Good evening, John. John, you may be on mute still.
See a mute button?
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, good. Yeah, I live on Benson Street, and our family would definitely be impacted by this proposal. First of all, with respect to evacuation, one would expect that most of our evacuations would be because of wildfire. Most of that wildfire danger comes from eastbound. So any evacuations westbound, we would be forced to backtrack to Mosquito or Snell School, where we'd be on Highway 50 behind 3 stoplights. That's not helpful. There's limited access to Highway 50 as it is. I can appreciate the bypass traffic problem. However, as has already been pointed out, it mostly happens on Sundays. To make a permanent one way to Coleman to fix a problem that occurs one day a week or perhaps on holidays just doesn't make sense, and it takes away our options. Most of the population and most of the commerce in our county is westbound. Every time I want to go westbound, I have to go back to Mosquito. I mean, it's very inconvenient, and really we're being penalized for a problem that actually the county wants tourists. We like tourists. They bring in tax dollars. So I understand the problem, but I don't think it's appropriate. I think well, I would like to see, I think as Councilman Thomas pointed out, I'd like to see the raw data. And by the way, I brought this up with the council way back in 1997, I think, when they were thinking about developing Clay. And I said, yeah, that's a problem. I don't think Coleman is going to handle that flow of traffic. And I was assured, oh, it's not going to be a problem. And, you know, Coleman was narrow then, it's narrow now, and we managed. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Jen C, go ahead.
Hi. We did have that meeting, and we did talk about, you know, for this Apple Hill part of this phenomenon, having some kind of experimenting this year with a closure actually at the bottom of Clay Street near Mosquito, of course, keeping it available for the transit entry exit. But so I'm not sure what happened to that idea, but, you know, there was actually a lot of support for it that night. You know, I do think when you think about what would happen, it's going to back up so bad, all that traffic that's going to, instead of turning onto Coleman, it's going to try to go Main Street. And when it starts to back up, people are going to want to take a U-turn there. It's just going to make so much congestion down at that Main Street end. I don't, I mean, I think anything could be, experimented with briefly, but, I guess it doesn't seem like it's a comprehensive plan. And, there's just so many other issues about the traffic, and I just wonder, we're talking about stop signs, but, again, I think Ed mentioned the key word was, these were kind of short-term, interim, immediate actions that could be taken, but, a lot more needs to be done. And I really thinking about it more just with the curves on Clay Street and the speeding that we keep experiencing. I know we're talking about volume, but speeding is still a constant problem, and it's local and non-local, and that road could be 20 miles an hour. I know 25 is often the speed for a residential street, but the curves and the hills and things, and then the blind spots are so dangerous. So that would just be another key point. But I did submit, kind of a longer bunch of comments, so I hope that you will read them and don't have time to go through all of them tonight. I just think that it's not just Apple Hill, though. We know it's really a year-round problem. It goes to this recreation thing, and I keep coming back to, I don't know why we're not doing the trip to green concept of just, experimenting, even if it's a small step this year to try to deal with the Highway 50 traffic flow part and start seeing what that traffic flow, any of these things is going to be, we don't know exactly how it's going to affect the system, because you're dealing with a lot of traffic when you're talking about a highway like Highway 50. And so if you started with this, what's going to happen when you go keep those green lights longer, and is that going to work or not? And
30 seconds.
Anyway, I just think that it's a very limited idea right now to just deal with Coleman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy, go ahead.
Hello, Kathy Lishman. I have a question as someone who lives on the north side of town also. Do you know for a fact what percentage of that traffic Sunday is people just trying to bypass Placerville? Or what percentage of it could be people who live here who need to drive around and have no other way to go? I think a lot of people just stay home on Sundays, but do you really know what percentage of it is tourist traffic? Thank you.
Tammy Ingram. Tammy, go ahead.
Hello, council members. The flyer that you guys sent out in the City of Placerville water bill for the neighborhood chat that is going to happen tomorrow from 6 to 7. When I was out getting signatures for the petition, a lot of residents had not received the flyer yet in their mail. And also there's a lot of apartments, duplex and rental properties, and that landlords, property owners don't give the information to the rental residents. So it would have been nice if somehow if you guys could have made the public notice, maybe in the local paper or something. Obviously, I know you can't, budget doesn't allow you to send something to every address. But I just wanted you to realize that, from talking to the residents in the area, there was quite a few people that are unaware of the neighborhood chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We will bring it back to closed public comment and bring it back to the council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I've had a lot of experience in that neighborhood. Lived on Bedford Street back in the mid-70s. 3 houses up from the highway. And I have a family that lives over there on Coleman. So spend a lot of time in the whole neighborhood. And I can certainly appreciate the concerns about putting in a permanent disruption to all of the neighbors by making Coleman one-way. You could say there's any number of Benson Street's a narrow street, but it's a one-way, it's a dead-end street, but it should be a one-way street. And Lincoln and all of them up there are horrible narrow. And you better pay attention to yourself because you'll hit somebody's car or their mailbox. So it's an old historic neighborhood, and the neighborhoods, I think we heard some good representation. John Cochran and Mr. Tollerson? Tollerson, I think he was. Yeah, he was talking about the restrictions, the right turn movements, and I think that was an idea that I had also hit upon as not being punitive to the whole neighborhood. I have intentionally gone up there, although I did not do it last Apple Hill season, but years before, on Sundays especially, you will get in a train of vehicles that starts at Mosquito and Clay, turns at Coleman, bumper to bumper, over Coleman to Bedford. They all turn right on Bedford, bumper to bumper to Pleasant Street. They turn out on Pleasant to Spring. And then for some reason they think turning right is the cure, and they all go right over Spring to Columbus Street and on down Highway 50. And it is an uninterruptible stream of cars. And every time I'm in it, I'm thinking, oh my God, if there's a fire right now, we're all dead. But that's on a Sunday afternoon in September and October, during the height of Apple Hill. So it seems like it wouldn't be fair, though, the rest of the year to penalize those folks. I mean, I remember when Bedford was a two-way street, all the way down to Highway 50. We all just learned how to drive on it, and you drove slow.
You're right.
And you knew where to peek around to see if somebody was coming up from Highway 50. There was never a wreck that I was ever aware. I lived there for 3 years. Of course, there was a heck of a lot less traffic also.
Exactly.
I also remember John Cochran coming before the Planning Commission and telling us that Coleman Street was very narrow and it was going to be a problem. And he is absolutely right. But I think it's interesting that this is now called bypass traffic. They've given it an official name now. It's bypass traffic. It was Apple Hill traffic. It was that. This is absolutely right. So this thing is evolving. I have taken a look at this, and our city engineer graciously reminds me that we're about to put a whole bunch of construction equipment out on a whole bunch of these people's secret shortcut, just as Apple Hill's about to explode up there. And the two thoughts I had was to start with something temporary, see if it's going to work. The least impactful would be to restrict right turn movements down there at Coleman and Clay Street. And as one of the speakers said, well, the cars are going to be all bunched up. And heck yeah, they'll never do it again. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Or the map.
If you think about it, I would ask you to think about it. If you shut that bypass traffic off at Clay Street, you remove it from Coleman, Lincoln, Bedford, Spring, Pleasant Street, Spring Street, Columbus Street, that all those historic neighborhoods are now free of this bypass traffic by just blocking the door at Clay and Coleman. I think we have a responsibility to go farther upstream though and deliver this message. And I would suggest a very carefully worded big message sign at the intersection of Schnell School and Carson Road. Pinch them off before they start to get down into the residential streets. I mean, good God, the same traffic train is using Dimity Lane to get over from Carson, to get to Clay Street. It's, so my suggestion would be to put some sort of a warning that, quite correctly this year, our roads are under construction. Do not go Highway 50, go down the hill. Get back, or, don't go this way. And then have some sort of a temporary restriction there at Clay and Coleman. And given the behavior of the traveling public 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, they destroyed all the signs, wrote profanity on the signs that they didn't destroy. When we put out, local traffic only, no through traffic, Steve Ewell was still with us in that particular Apple Hill season, and he was quite disgusted at the end result of what the traveling public did to our signage. So, I would suggest a staffed road closure on Sundays or Saturdays and Sundays for 4 hours. No right turn
It's
at Clay and Coleman, but include a very stern warning way upstream at Carson and Schnell School, saying, hey, these roads ahead are under construction and closed. Highway 50, turn left, down the hill.
So you're talking manned,
We could
on
put a
Clay?
barricade up there, but I can guarantee you somebody's gonna move it or run right over it.
Right. Yeah, I don't think barriers without anybody doesn't really, or signs don't really stop anybody
I
from
mean, I know
doing.
it's an expense, but we have got a whole side of town right now that is getting just hammered.
Drop a K-rail in there for the.
Well, yeah, if we, yes,
Yeah, no
yeah,
kidding.
we've got, I know Nick's got those inflatable ones, we could put a K-rail and slide it across the road. And then, thank you, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
We've got our own little K-rails.
This is another example in my mind of us, playing whack-a-mole.
I agree.
Or plugging the dike with our finger and, it's gonna pop out over here. And one of the challenges I have with this, and I don't disagree with it, is that we have given staff an unreasonable task to come up with a solution to this problem. And the only thing that's happening is we're creating another problem.
For shifting.
And we're redirecting traffic down another road. And that to me is just, okay, we're just, I have a firm term, but I don't think I can use it. We're putting the problem in somebody else's pocket. And so we're giving them the problem that they had. And, to a certain extent, I think that if we could do signage on Highway 50 and people might listen to it, and I love the idea of, and it's a valid point. We have road constructions, there are detours, your best bet is to stay on Highway 50.
Yeah.
And then we actually have detours and road closures.
Well, it's kind of like the green plan,
You're right.
except the lights are not gonna,
Right.
you know.
And the issue with Trip to Green is that it's somewhat out of our control. The funding
is right
and the-
now,
And the
yeah.
control is all at Caltrans.
Yep.
They were not able to do the
Right.
feasibility study to figure out, because there, just to get back to that deal, there are a lot of, processes that are gonna go into that, including, manning the barricades on individual roads accessing and leaving Highway 50, dealing with the bypass traffic for Highway 49, which is a state highway that they can't just shut
That's
off.
a bugger, yeah.
That's
That's a bugger.
And then manning it, you have CHP, you have local police, you have funding. The city of Placerville does not have the funding to do this,
Do they have to
or
man
the
it?
staffing.
Do they
So
have
there's,
to?
I don't know if, yes, there's some of it that has to be
I didn't
managed.
realize that.
There's.
Yeah, they'd have to come up with an
Especially
alternate
during the initial phase of it, so the study part, and Placerville doesn't have the money to do that. So,
Right.
so Caltrans, this is a Caltrans project
Right.
to benefit the city potentially, but once again, we're taking it on the chin because now our crosstown traffic's being impacted and our community's being impacted, so that people up the hill can make money, have their businesses open, and even drive more money, and the county is the one that's allowing all these businesses to continue to develop more up there, as well as the National Forest and the ski resorts in Lake Tahoe. So all of those are impacting. It's not just Apple Hill, but there's definitely some issues with the impact of all the increased business activity.
Would you support the idea of trying to get them off of don't even let them get into our city street system? And I picked Schnell School for a couple of reasons. It's wide, it's, mostly higher standard, and it goes through a quasi, you've got the school, you've got a mix of semi-commercial and multifamily type setting there. It's a busy, big collector street.
Yeah.
Coleman and Benson and Lincoln and Bedford are not.
Well, the trouble you run into there is you got the businesses on on Broadway who rely on some of that traffic, some of the local traffic.
We're sending them down the hill though. They'll be able to go down the hill.
If you,
Oh, you wanna
It'll be
send them?
westbound.
Yeah,
Yes,
oh, I
send
got
them
you.
down the hill.
you send them down.
I don't know right now.
Because
I
Carson,
have to
I
have
never realized it, I thought it was coming off of 50, but Carson Road, they've all discovered Carson
Well, that's what I
Road.
thought, is what if you just blocked Carson Road, so you couldn't take Carson Road over into Apple Hill. So you just block traffic.
Apple Hill people wouldn't be happy with that, 'cause that's a big traffic.
No, for the downhill traffic.
The downhill
Oh,
traffic.
just to come back, oh, okay, okay.
You go up, but you couldn't
Oh,
go
gotcha.
down.
I mean, I also agree with Dennis that the message also needs to be out on Highway 50.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned
Absolutely.
about
I think
spending
so, too.
a bunch
I
of
would,
money.
I would like to ask Rebecca, would those, like CMS boards be, loaned to us, for lack of better words, by Caltrans?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to chime in about that. So we actually are being loaned.
Rebecca,
between
we're,
us.
Rebecca, we lost you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Sorry.
we can hear you.
Sorry.
Start.
Yeah. And I'm being informed by my computer that my internet connection is unstable. And I'm like, well, maybe if I get another cup of coffee in me. But yes, you're correct. The CMS boards are being loaned to us by Caltrans. And we worked with the county about citing some of the locations and options. And, the county recognizing that it is essentially county supported recreational traffic, be it, use permits through Apple Hill or just visitors going to Tahoe to get out of the heat or what have you. So we'd actually looked at putting the CMS boards in advance and just outside of city limits. One location was in the eastbound direction we were looking at, just off of Missouri Flat off ramp, specifically in the highway median. We actually just saw a construction project that was just completed with a CMS board in the same location. And keep in mind, because we're placing CMS boards on a state highway system, it does have to go through their approval process. So we can't just kind of willy-nilly put a CMS board wherever we would like it. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But that's not really what they're willing to entertain sometimes. So, we also looked at placing it just east of Forney, Placerville Drive off ramp. And we also looked at just west of the Canal Street intersection, basically where there, if you go on Google Maps, there is a CMS board that was located there. So just as folks are just approaching the lights, the signals. And in the westbound direction, we also we did look at just off of exit 48, which is the Schnell School off ramp. And there's a gore point right there at the off ramp. It's kind of an odd name, but that's actually what's called. Basically saying something to the effect of congested traffic next 2 miles. For whatever reason, warning people of delay sometimes gives them more patience, So I know it worked for me at the DMV anyway, but I'm also looking at just east of the Mosquito Road off ramp, and also at the Smith Flat Road exit, about a quarter of a mile or so. And there's a second location just east of the off ramp too. So we do have, one of them is also proposed at the east city limit line adjacent to Point View Drive. There's a city limit line or city limit sign that is right there also at a gore point that the CMS board could fit there as well. So we have thought of locations, and we're happy to look at what other options we have. The other part of this too is we're being lent only 2 CMS boards from Caltrans. So any other boards beyond that, we may be on the hook for to afford, as well as, the idea of staffing road closures. We are looking at doing road closures as part of the Trip to Green effort. There's grant funding for that. There's, some thought process that needs to go in with that too. Caltrans won't even let you close an off ramp to do road work during the day. They make you do it at night. So, how much more effort are they going to make us expend as far as closing 3 interchanges, essentially at grade interchanges with signalized intersections, just on the fly? It would really go on like that. It actually takes time and methodical thinking because as Councilmember Acuna accurately pointed out, and also Councilmember Thomas, is that traffic calming, you have to approach it with a tempered hand. You can't jump into one solution, because what happens is it'll dramatically affect another road. The pendulum swing the harder you push, the harder the pendulum swing will come, and it will impact another road. So doing 4 traffic calming devices or doing 4 diversions is going to balloon a bigger issue as far as the network and the circulation goes. So just keep that in mind as you progress through this thought process. But good discussion going on, and thank you. Hopefully that answered your question. Sorry, it was long-winded.
Rebecca,
Yes.
you said something about westbound, putting a sign on up east on the eastern part of town on westbound saying congestion ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Wouldn't that trigger people to use their Google Maps? I mean, to turn on, what if you just said local road construction?
I mean,
instead of,
yeah, I mean, honestly, to be perfectly direct, that's always the best message, because, you know, as you guys are going to see in your constant contact after this meeting, we have a detour on Spring Street in place that basically directs people right back to the state highway. Right. And, you know, there is a segment of Spring Street that has to be closed for a week or two while we replace some utilities before we pave. That is not going to be a cut through option for people. And so you know, from my personal opinion, that's why I said it was my favorite, was that letting people know that you're, you know, exchanging one evil for another. Basically, you're going through the state highway versus the delay and getting lost on local roads during construction detours and closures that will ultimately lead you back to the state highway anyway. So something to consider.
Thank you, Rebecca. Well, the interesting thing is we've been talking about the one-way Coleman for months, years.
now
But
we're
it's
finding out they don't really
But now, yeah, now we find out that people actually don't really like that idea.
Yeah.
Even though
I don't think there seems to mix it. People.
it is.
That's why I believe they should try it for this year, perhaps. You know,
What if they just did it one day, like they're
Try it.
suggesting, just one day a week?
like Carl did.
Just,
Your Carl, sit out the stop sign.
Well, Monday traffic is almost as bad as
Yep.
Sunday traffic.
not on Coleman.
It can be.
Mayor, if I may, I've got a couple of questions
Yes.
for Rebecca. There were some good comments from the public regarding only having the one-way be on Saturday and Sunday, and also advising Google Maps of this change. And I was just wondering if that is a feasible option in your opinion, if you know, it is feasible to set up and make those signs and you think people will actually follow them. And then also if it's actually possible to advise Google that a road is one way only a couple days a week, because I feel like we would have tried that, tried advising Google Maps earlier. I feel like we've done that.
Great questions. Thank you for asking those questions, actually. So yeah, we absolutely could make it one way on specific days. Part of the issue with the pros and cons of that are, yes, you are reducing the impacts of not having two-way traffic available on Coleman for specific days and for local users. It does get a little bit more challenging as far as lack of consistency with the traffic.
Mm-hmm.
So just something to consider. It's not unheard of. It's actually done fairly regularly. As far as advising Google Maps, I think it's kind of an all or none approach. We've had minimal success in terms of dealing with Google Maps and Waze and Apple Maps when we have our own construction projects. And where that's stemming from is the experience we had when we closed Forney Road for the Western Placerville Interchange project. It took several months for that to actually be implemented, and we had actually closed the road. So as far as a few days a week here or there, I don't believe that there's a mechanism within Google Maps or Apple or Waze that really would tailor that much to it. And then as far as signage, you know, letting folks know, yeah, I mean, signage has a place. I mean, you will always have those folks that just do whatever they want. You know, I saw a Hummer go right through the Broadway construction site the other day. It was great. But, you know, you will have folks that will do whatever they want, but having some guidelines and restrictions, and again, going back to potentially doing this as a temporary option too, just to you know, this, you know, it's easier for us to take this kind of a solution out for a test spin on our local roads versus trying to implement something larger on the highway system. That takes the time and the effort that I was speaking about.
And then one other suggestion that I heard was interrupting or doing the no right turn from Carson Road to Dimity. And I was wondering what you thought about that option, if you looked into that, and if there was a reason that you rolled it out.
We haven't explored that option entirely yet. And part of that is we've been working on the Mosquito Road construction project, and there's been enough detours and hiccups, and then we're about to go through a paving cycle with that too. So, you know, I go back to a better message might just be putting up that we have local construction. You know, I mean, the irony or the perfect storm of just basically every parallel system that we use as, or that gets used as bypasses to Highway 50 is ironically under construction simultaneously. So this will be a fun experiment for everybody. Yeah, no, that I will look further into that as an option though.
Okay.
What of the possibility of just not allowing eastbound traffic on Carson, but not westbound back? So we block, it's only a one way on, you know, the weekends.
To Chanel School Road.
To Chanel, off of Chanel, yeah.
You got a whole nother neighborhood you're gonna really.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, and again, I caution against the pendulum swing of making too many changes in traffic patterns at once.
Is the problem with you know, we're trying to address how we're going to affect the traveling, Apple Hill or, you know, South Lake Tahoe traffic. And everything you do is gonna impact your local residents and what they can and can't do when you do that. I like Councilmember Thomas's first analogy to what a water bowl is, that learning game. Whatever you do, you're gonna push it somewhere else.
Right.
And then how are we going to address that? So.
That's why I think just a temporary, not have it full time, you know.
Did we have public comment already?
We did.
Do you think like a Saturday, Sunday, Rebecca, I'm looking at you, but you don't know. Do you think that a Saturday, Sunday, no right turn would be effective in addressing this issue?
It's a good start.
And
If they obey the sign that you put up that says no right turn on Saturday and Sunday.
Right.
The only way to really enforce it, which is, I'll say almost undoable, is to have a manned, no right turn there, and that would be very difficult to do.
Or could we just park a police car right next to the sign there?
I think if we make more of an official sign too and not have it on the ground like those other ones were.
Yeah, it has to be up.
Because I think that was a problem too, and that they were down and they kind of, it was, you know, not looking real official.
Well, we could, I mean, and maybe if, Chief Wren, if he could weigh in on this. I mean, if we did, like, let's just say we put the signs in and we did a couple of days of traffic enforcement, people get the idea that if you're gonna try to do it, you're gonna get a ticket or some sort. But again, it goes to, you know, our resources.
We could put a fake camera.
We could pay for the sign pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Why would it be so difficult to do like the highway patrol does and have an officer stationed there on overtime, but for specific hours on Saturday and Sunday or Sunday and
Especially
Monday?
Sunday.
And just try this and take a little stab at, because again, the amount of neighborhoods that you then remove all of this from is huge.
Right.
For the placement of one right turn movement.
Well, but it's also creating a whole nother problem on Main Street and.
Well, and that's why I
And
thought.
that could back up to, that could back up Clay Street.
Oh, absolutely it will. That's why we need to go upstream
Further, catch them
towards,
further.
yeah, up towards, you know, Bogers and up
Catch them
through
before
there.
they get there.
Let those people know ahead of time, your normal little shortcuts not working this year. Is Chief Wren on here? What's the cost of a patrol officer for
too much.
Half a day, because you have to,
That's-
yeah, they'll ignore it, absolutely, it'll get destroyed.
What about using one of our guys,
Oh, like the
Shield.
shield guys?
Using them for traffic control, especially in situations like that, kind of put them under undue risk.
unsafe, yeah.
And I like the ideas. It's just a matter of resource allocation. I have problems covering shifts right now, let alone finding an officer to do another 4-hour detail. Then you get into vehicles. I'm down vehicles. Those got cut. So we're just, Paul's already been robbed. I can't give to Peter anymore.
Do you have any suggestions?
I would defer to the city engineer. We go out and deal with the traffic mitigation issues, but as far as the engineering and design of it, I've listened to Rebecca. I like what she has to say about it. Anything that we do, we're going to make some people really happy and we're going to make some people really mad. That's the only guarantee.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
And he's right. I mean, the reality is,
Thanks.
is what we're hearing. I mean, if you do one thing, it's gonna affect this street.
Damned
I
if you
mean,
do and damned if you don't.
yeah, I know, I wouldn't be able to use that Coleman anymore to get back home.
That's what I take.
Because, yeah, I mean, the local, that's what, we do it as well. And it would be an inconvenience,
So
but,
I'd like to move that we put a sign up there, that says no right turn onto Lincoln Saturday and Sunday.
Lincoln or Coleman?
Lincoln?
Coleman, I got my street. No, but there is that other street just right down there.
There is another one.
Which is,
Oh, it is, yeah.
I used to go up that all.
I know.
that's
That really steep
Very
one.
narrow.
But it could even take traffic over to there, send them out.
You can go up there and then
Oh, I
Lincoln.
do, I've done it, I do it
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
Here's my wife after that. Don't go up that street.
oh, at the bottom when you come, yeah.
No,
No.
there's another street about 100 yards down that goes right and up the hill.
Oh, yeah.
And then you go
So-
through Lincoln.
That's
So
right.
that's my motion, is to no right turn on Coleman and Clay Street southbound
A certain time.
during Saturday and Sunday.
The whole day or just certain hours?
I don't know. Great question.
Noon to 6, because they don't rain in the morning,
Noon to 6.
but you consider noon to 6.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the high point. I mean,
It is.
I will second the motion.
Okay.
I've got a couple questions about that motion.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you say no right turn southbound onto Clay Street from Coleman? Or are you talking about no westbound onto Coleman?
So if you're southbound on Clay Street, no right turn onto Coleman on Saturday and Sunday from noon to 6.
But if you're northbound on Clay Street, so no right turn or no westbound onto Coleman on the weekends.
And that would be okay,
Right.
because that would be a local person. Well, until they figure it out, will they go down and turn around?
well, they could come off of Clay, I guess, and then
Right.
come up Clay and then make a left onto Coleman.
I think a lot of traffic does do that. I mean, I know I've done it.
Okay, so
Yeah, I
so north or westbound.
Or no westbound onto Coleman on the weekends.
Right.
And then will this be from as soon as possible till January 1st or till the end of November? Are we setting
I'd
a
say-
limit on
Yeah, end of November.
I think
end of November?
So if you're not going left or right, aren't we essentially making it a one-way street then?
Hmm.
Well, it's just
But
hours.
only on the
It
weekends.
is by hours.
It's by the hour.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the
Mhm.
easier way to
I
say it.
And, you know,
So it's one way eastbound between 12 and 6 on weekends,
Weekends.
And signage to
and signage to affirm, to make it so, yeah.
can I ask
And-
for?
Wait, she's got another question.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
And-
Kara.
And could we do some analysis after the end of November with Coleman residents on how it worked and kind of do a debrief on it? I see Rebecca's hand is raised.
I'll be out there
So
the day they put
if
the
I
sign up.
may suggest, I like the direction of the motion, but if I may suggest actually extending it into January, because we do see the effects of holiday traffic as well. It's, you know, I've mentioned Apple Hill, but it's recreational traffic as well. And
Christmas trees and skiing and
we're giving folks a chance to kind of get used to this change, and they'll start changing their habits and their driving patterns. And then that's actually the time you kind of check back in with them. How much of an inconvenience was it? How do you feel the traffic is being reflected now?
I have a question for the city engineer.
Yes, Councilman
And
Acuna.
I did second the motion of the vice mayor. City engineer question now, based on the motion that's on the floor, and we put that traffic control measure in place, that's next week, because we know Nick can get it done really fast.
With those
and
new
we
tools.
monitor it. Is there another warning that we should give to the traveling public upstream with one of our, or say maybe we should get a message sign, just to play fair, to, you know, because I was talking about doing a detour up there at Schnell School, but should we put a warning up there at the corner of Schnell School and Carson Road, just saying local roads closed ahead?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And, well, we warned you, because what's gonna happen when we do this is the traffic's gonna back up, just as the pendulum will swing, and,
Now, if they don't turn down that way, which
then they
way?
go down Carson to Broadway,
Carson to Broadway.
or Schnell School to Broadway, Carson to Broadway's gonna be there, and then they could stay on Mosquito and go to Broadway. I hate looking here, she's really over here. Then, they'll still be able to go, you know,
Right.
so maybe we should warn them at the corner of Clay and Mosquito?
Well, let's let her figure that
Yeah, I'm
part
just,
out.
I'm just throwing that out
Well,
there.
I want to get my motion through.
Oh.
And my motion is, and I'd like to amend my motion to go through January.
And I would amend my second.
Okay, we have an amended, first and second. Do we have any other questions, comments?
Just to clarify, we're going to be restricting westbound movement on Coleman on weekends only through January, through the end of January.
Yes, from noon to 6 p.m.
Noon to 6 p.m. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Is that, well,
No, they do this in the cities all.
Okay, seeing no other,
Does Carrie have a question?
you good, Kara?
I'm good.
all right, okay. With that then, roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
One follow-up, just because I've seen this done in this town before. Do we do it on the cheap in case it's a total disaster and we have to yank it out? Does Nick have some signage, or can we borrow some signage from the county that says no right turn, and then somebody puts it, just to try it for the first weekend, because we may regret putting anything in concrete.
Actually, it doesn't cost that much to have a metal sign.
Okay, I'm just,
Elevated.
okay, I'm just being realistic.
Not opposed to.
It could be a,
Yeah, I'll buy some.
It might create a self-fulfilling prophecy too if we do a sign that people don't take seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, just throwing it out there.
What happened to those Harvey West, highway patrol
The
cars
old-
that he used to
I
park
think
up
we
on
want the
Highway
county
50?
museum.
all right.
This ought to be interesting.
Item 12.3, adopt a resolution approving construction contract change order number 14, with Doug Verkamp, for a total of $49,314.65, for the Upper Broadway Bikes Lane Schnell School Road to Point View Drive project, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same. And again, this is Ms. Neves.
Thank you. Just because of the late hour, I'm going to see how fast I can get through this item, so bear with me. The item before you this evening proposes change order 14 for additional paving work on Broadway as part of the project. Construction of the project continues to progress, and due to the savings that we encountered early on in the project, the team has been making some good use of those funds to enhance the project through adding value of additional sidewalk and paving. As explained in staff's reports, construction contract change orders are developed primarily due to one or more of the following general reasons: client or city initiated changes, changed or unforeseen conditions, and changes to bid documents. Change order 14 before you this evening was a city initiated change order to add additional paving on Broadway, utilizing the savings through change order number 8. The original contract and project funding could only afford a slurry seal in that area. However, thanks to the savings previously mentioned, the slurry seal was replaced with a full depth repave of the existing road section. The change order is a not to exceed amount of $49,314.65, and work on this is scheduled to commence in the beginning of October. That concludes my verbal report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Neves. Any questions? Kara? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.3, the contract change order for the Upper Broadway Bike Lanes project. And we'll hear from 206-965.
Hi, it's Sue again. And I wanted to say our engineering team is amazing. They turn problems into opportunities, they save money, and create improvements to projects in the process. This change order is an example of their creativity to provide increased value to the city while solving problems. The Measure H&L Committee endorsed this approach to the combined project at our last meeting on August 31st. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Last call for public comment on item 12.3. No further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Regina. We'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for
approval.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Okay, moving on to item 12.5, review League of Cities 2020 annual conference resolution and direct voting delegate, Mayor Zaragoza, on how to vote. And this is Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mayor Council. Just quickly, there's only one resolution being proposed in this year's League of California Cities Conference. It is being sponsored by the city of Cerritos and pertains to Section 230 of the Federal Communications Decency Act of 1996. And basically, it would propose to amend that to require social media companies to remove materials which promote criminal activities. There's more information in the background that I provided to you. Staff does not really provide recommendations on these type items because they're more of a policies you for council to decide on. So with that, I'll leave it up to you on how you would like to proceed with this.
It does seem almost like a random thing, but you know, whatever.
They always kind of.
I was expecting something else, but I'm happy to vote as laid out here. Any questions from anybody at this point? We'll open it up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.5, the League of California Cities resolution. No public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the council.
you the flexibility to vote.
Okay.
I do too, because you might find
Hey,
something,
you
you know,
never know.
when you get there and discussion and,
What do you think, Dana?
I like it.
I do too.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll move.
Second, we should hear from our.
I didn't hear that motion, sorry.
Oh, that we,
Option four.
option number 4.
So somebody has to, Mark, did you make that?
I did.
Patty did.
Mark.
Allow the mayor to have the flexibility to vote based on.
Allow,
All right, so we have a first from Patty and a second
Seconded.
from Councilmember Acuna.
did you hear it, Kara?
I heard it. Yep.
Option 4. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
All right, I kind of like that. I directed myself on how to
There
direct
you go.
myself.
Mr. Mayor, before we proceed, due to the hour,
Yes.
I would ask that we move for adjournment and we forego the balance of our agenda items and adjourn for the evening. That would be my motion.
All right.
Does the city manager have any reports that he needs to follow up with? I am good.
That sounds like a wonderful motion, Councilmember Acuna. So with that,
I'll second it.
you'll second that? All right. I don't think we don't have any fiscal items, so all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Seeing none, so with that, I will end this evening's council meeting. So thank you, everybody.